Okay, welcome to part 25. We're already 25 episodes in on working on the car. There's probably gonna be more than, yeah. Over under on getting to part 100? That's probably happening, isn't it? We got a lot to do, man. We got a lot of work to do. Did I get your message from last night on Discord? I did, Geek. Yeah. Here, let's we can play that sucker up on stream here. Welding tips from Mr. Geek. All right. Let's see what your welding tips are. I wanted to show it on stream. Or do you not want me to show it on stream? Should I show it on stream? I think I should show it on stream. It don't matter. Just say Smith. None of this matters. All right, welding tips with Geek. What do we got?
All right, EJ.
What's up, brother?
Out in the garage here doing some welding, and I figured I would take a quick minute.
Is that a train? I like trains.
I was out here record this.
Is that a whale?
Some tips. I know you're always busy, and you're doing good. You're learning. You're really starting to pick it up. You know it's an art form, and just take some touch. I got you on the screen.
Hey!
We're welding and working on Bobcat parts, so I don't know if this is even a frame because apparently you can't start a video and then turn the camera around. At least I don't know how. Anyway, so I just wanted to kind of show you what I'm working on and kind of give you some tips as to what I'm doing. Yeah, so I apologize for the tripod. It sucks, but it's what I got. Anyway, I got this motor mount here, and as you can see, we got a crack. It actually had two cracks in it. I fixed one, and I'm going to show you like how I'm going to weld this. As you can see, it's already blue. I did the back side. Move my light here. And you can see the weld here. Pretty flat.
Nice.
Didn't come out perfect, but pretty good.
That's pretty good, dude. That looks better than mine, man. What's up, Paul?
This one, again, not too bad over up here on this side. Anyway, ow, that's hot.
Yeah, done that.
I ain't got a fancy welding table.
Yeah, me neither.
So I gotta make do with what I got. Anyway.
You said doo-doo.
So you can see the crack there.
Okay.
And how I do this, I'm gonna pull out some wire here. Normally what I do, I'll show you just here on this here. Say I need to weld this. I don't weld straight on like this, because you're gonna have to go back and forth like this, and it's just not a natural thing. How I weld is on an angle.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is I'll either, if I'm welding this, I'll either pull it or push it, one way or the other. But I do it on, as you can see, let me see if I can get like on an angle like that, not like that.
Yeah. That's what I found, dude. You can't really go straight on. You have to kind of turn it. It's way easier doing that. That was a big thing. I also find that like if you're close on an angle like that, it's easier to control the pull than trying to be like, like that's trying to write. That's like trying to write something like this, like you write at an angle. Like that's how you should. Yeah, no, I agree. Yep.
Then what I do is you just go, you want to make like a C that is kind of upside down. So you just want to go back and forth.
Yeah.
Just making C's.
C-E-A sports. It's in the game.
Another thing that I see you doing that will help you is whenever whenever you're spot welding, when you're gonna weld, say I'm trying to weld this hole here. If I'm gonna start welding this hole, I'm just gonna hit this right here, bop, for like a second. Then there's gonna be a bubble there, you know. Then if this is thin metal, I'm gonna work off of that bubble.
That's yeah.
Bop.
Work off the bead.
You got 2 bubbles, bop, 3 bubbles, and just
Bop.
keep working off of the spots you have.
You got to build up the material. Yep. Bap.
So that's really the only 2 things I wanted to say right now. But I'm going to weld this up real quick, and then I'll show you what it looks like. Also, my settings right now, this is pretty thick. This is probably 1/4 inch. So it's thick, so I can throw the heat at it. So right now, my settings, I got 1 on the wire speed, 1.5 maybe, and I got the heat cranked up to 8.
Yeah.
What that does is gives you less material, but it's hot, so it flattens out. So you don't get a bubble. You get a nice flat layer, I guess you could call it. So let me see if I can get this camera set up and see if I can weld this. Like I said, I apologize for the tripod here. It's pretty jank.
Most of my stuff is too, man. Don't worry about it.
I'm not gonna probably be able to give you a good
great framing. That's gonna suck.
Of the actual weld, but
so Geek, this is my plight, dude. Figuring out a good camera angle so people can see what the hell I'm doing, man. That has definitely made some of my welds crappier, because yeah, I've been like, oh, I'll put the camera there. I actually found that the best way, dude, just to reciprocate, right? The best way is to have the camera like right in front of you, because you're probably looking at the weld at an angle. So having the camera like dead center, 90 degrees to what you're doing, because you're going to look at it at an angle, and the welder's going to be at an angle. So that actually is what works. Like if I had like a chest mounted camera, like Tony Stark, like arc reactor, that'd be super useful. But you'd have to control like the direction, because sometimes I'm hunched over, sometimes off to the side, like.
It's not too bad.
That's pushing it for wire
feed.
feed.
We can do this.
Yeah, Farm, I'm sure Geek knows that. You know, the right solution here, guys, would be to buy another motor mount. But you have a welder already, so, you know, use it. It'll probably last a good while, Farm, right? Like, yeah, that's thick steel. You're right. All right, let's see what you got, fool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude, you were really going back and forth on that thing, huh?
I don't know if you can see that, but
Oh, I can see it.
see how it's flat? Not a bubble.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think
All right.
I think this whole time my wire feed speed's
You have
probably
any more
been-
questions, brother? You know where I am.
Nice. Thanks, man. Yeah. I'm still getting that all figured out, dude. Like getting the settings right and stuff. So yeah, any help is warranted. Here's to no power outage today. Power outages today. Yeah, I hope so. All right. Let's get to it. Yeah, no, I noticed that my welds are bubbling. I noticed it because of the amount of material I had to take off yesterday with the grinding wheel. So, yeah, there is something that I did notice. I did kind of finish up what we were working on yesterday out in the garage. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Come on. Come on. There we go. I did kind of finish up what we were working on, and I have all the cameras reset up and everything. So let's go out there, and I'll tell you guys more about it in a moment. Okay. Oh, I don't want to mess up the KSC hat, so that's going in the office, dudes. How are we? How's the audio? Are we good? Let me pop out the YouTube chat. You got to refresh the dashboard to pop the chat out every time. Sound is good. There might be a little bit of delay, dudes. Just a smidge. All right, I'm going to give this a restart while I pop out YouTube. I'll be right back. All right, how we doing? Still a delay. What the heck? It's still delayed. I can see it. I can see it in the OBS audio playback. Huh. Or is it good? You sure? Let me flip to the other. Oh, no, not that camera. This one. Huge mic crackle. You think it's fine. All right, give me one sec. Test. Test. Oh, it's still choppy. What the hell is this about? It wasn't crackling before you restarted OBS. Yeah, that's really weird. Still bad. Yeah, hold on. Let me restart the camera. Crackle is back. What the hell? Well, now the frame rate's good. Hold on. The wire might be a little frayed-arino. Like bad from the power outage? God, I hope not. That would suck. The audio is very poppy. That was Windows noises that I had muted. That just decided a Windows noise. Anyway. Sorry, I hate troubleshooting audio on stream, guys. That's so annoying. Because no matter what I do, someone's gonna be like, "Oh, my ears." How widespread was the power hit? I don't know, dude. I'm not the power company. It sounds like you're talking into a fan. It might be because the fan is blowing in this direction today, dudes. Give me 1 second. Let me turn the fan around. Did it go away? Cracking on every word. No, still there. I don't know. I don't know why this is doing this now. Is the PC CPU pinned? I have no idea, dude. Let me check. I hope we didn't fry something. 27%. No, I don't think we did. Do I have a wired mic? Not out here. Maybe reboot the PC. Let me restart OBS one more time, dudes. I'll be right back. Sorry about the crackling. Give me one moment. Something's weird with OBS on that computer, guys. I'm gonna give it a little restart out there, and yeah, we'll go. Looks like AX4 is now Friday morning. Cool. All right, we'll do a nice long Friday stream then. It's the buzz I told you about last night. I don't remember. I don't remember that. Like, I don't, you told me about buzzing last night? I don't recall that. Then again, my brain has been not working correctly this week. Nah, Farm, you got to get your audio right, dude. If you have any questions or want me to record an example of something, let me know. I'm always down to help. I got you, geek. You should just come up here. Just saying. There were no audio issues during Space News. Yeah, this is because this is a different microphone. Okay. The computer should be restarted. GarageCam should come back up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute this and we're gonna bring back the regular garage capture. I don't have the chats loaded up just yet. Give me one moment. We are so back. Audio is good now. Okay. No crackle. I don't know, dudes. This computer is old. And it's been in a garage for most of its life, so, you know. Let me just re-pop out the chats here so I can see them on the big screen. All right. A reboot every once in a while is good. Well, the computer forcibly rebooted itself yesterday when the power went out, but that may have been the problem. I got knee pads today too, by the way. I'm gonna put these on so I don't mess up my pants. Brimo got me knee pads because I had to buy a new pair of work pants because I ripped the knee. These are upside down. Or are they? Yeah. Whatever. So I think these are like roofing knee pads, but whatever. It's fine. Knee pads are a godsend. Yeah. Yep. Yes, they are. There we go. Okay, we're all good. Excellent. Your pants for your knees, old man. Yeah, okay. All right, so where did we last leave off? We left off with basically cleaning up that metal surface, cleaning up the metal surface over there. It's green because we put the welding plate. I took a welding plate and I taped it to the front of or a welding mask and taped it to the front of the camera, but I did steel this up yesterday, and a lot of this came out really good. There's still some porosity here that we should probably address. And then we still have that pitted low point right there. But for the most part, the fitment on the leaf spring perch here, we rebuilt all that material here. You could see where we just took the welder and I just went back and forth and kept rebuilding material. So we rebuilt that part of the frame rail. Rebuilding. I did go over and steel it because I didn't want this to flash rust at all. But you could still see there is some slight imperfections here. That's no big deal. I really need to make sure that this area really here, let me zoom out. We got to make sure that this area is nice and flat and that area is nice and flat. And for the most part, they are. Like, I wouldn't mind welding this all back up. Should probably just fix some of this here, but that's okay. And once again, the pitting right there, but the leaf spring does not mount to this. This is a spot weld right there. There's another one right there. A spot weld that with the frame rail reinforcement inside. But yeah, we did get that edge pretty dang flat. It's pretty good. It's coated in steel. There's enough there to plug weld. I got to re-drill that hole. But I did test some fitment yesterday, and I ran into a problem here that we're going to need to address. It's with the frame rail flange here. So let me move the camera up. We're going to call this matrix cam from now on, okay? The camera go out? Uh-oh. What did I do? Come back. Come back. There we go. What's the plan today? Well, I'll show you. We got the surfaces flat enough for my taste, and we did prep the frame rail perch by drilling the holes that we need for plug welding and prepping all the surfaces with steelet that we need to plug weld to. But there is something. So check this out. All right, look. So we put this thing in position. We got great fitment up front. It's perfect. Like, that fitment is excellent. We might need to do some slight modification there, but where I'm really running into some issues here is that this frame rail flange right here, this guy, that's not high enough. Like, look, if I put my hand, if I rest my hand flat on the right flange, we're about a 1/2 inch off. And because of this, the bottom part of the perch is like down here somewhere. And that makes it so the whole leaf spring perch is kind of like this. It's angled backwards, which is not what we want. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but I gotta fix this. This flange is no good, it's too low. Like, once again, here, let me put a level on it so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Because we need that leaf spring perch to be in the right spot. It has to be right because it's suspension, and that's kind of important. Yeah, it's a suspension component, and I do not want that to be bad. So here, let me get a bit of flat stock. I'll show you. If we rest the flat stock on the flange, look. This is sitting on this one. Look right there. Can you see that? Here, let me make this a little clearer. That's not good. So we're going to need to go and modify this. We have to get this flange up higher. Not by much, and it's only really from like here back. This just needs to go up. It's no good. That's not level. If the frame rail flanges aren't level, the leaf spring perch isn't going to mount correctly. If the leaf spring perch doesn't mount correctly, then the trunk pan won't mount correctly to that. And if the leaf spring perch doesn't mount correctly and the trunk pan doesn't mount correctly, the rear cross member will be crooked if one leaf spring is too low. If the leaf spring perch is too low and the other one's where it should be. I can't have that. Can't do that. We have to modify that piece. So that bend that I made, well, very nice, isn't exactly right. I kind of left it open on purpose. When we welded that piece in, I was just like, we'll fix this later. It might be fine. Yeah, it wasn't. It's not. Yeah, it's not. It does go in the square hole. That's right, yes. It goes in the trunk. It goes in the trunk hole. The trunk hole is square, so it goes in the square hole. I see no flaw in this. What? What is this?
Did you hear about the guy who got hit in the head with a can of soda? Let's just say, he was lucky it was a soft drink.
Hi, Geeson. How are you? Yeah, Hammer and Dolly. Paul, I have a question though, bro. Like, I know about using the Hammer and Dolly. Like, I suppose I need to kind of talk myself through it. This isn't like, oh no, I don't know what I need to do. Like, it's not anything like that. I need to figure out where I need to hammer, I guess, if that makes any sense. Like what, and this is going to be hard for you to stay through text. Like, how would we use the hammer and dolly to lift that edge up? Like, what process would I do? Like, I'm not sure. Like, I got to visualize it. How would we get that bend? How would we get it to roll up? I would need to, like, if I had like a proverbial metal rolling pin and just rolled this forward, right? That would be more in line with what I'm trying to do. But the other thing is I could section this. We could just section the stupid thing off, bend the metal up to where we need to do, and then re-weld the flange back in. Like, we could do that as well. No, this has got a welding mask taped to the front, Chuck. Ruin, what's going on? You just bought a 97 Ford Conquest motorhome. Looking to go across country for 2 months after getting out of the Army. Dude, all right. That's cool, man. Hell yeah. That's badass, dude. Conquest. I'm not familiar with that, but that's pretty neat. He does live in Fallout 4 land. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the South Shore in Fallout 4, though, got absolutely annihilated. I mean, I'm not where the glowing sea is, but... yeah. Well, Quincy's in the game, so if Quincy's in the game, then I'm probably all right. So yeah, we got to get that flange higher. Hammer the bottom side and dolly on the top flange. Okay. Okay, so you want me to... we want to do something like this. Like that. Like, how do you get it to roll, man? Like, that's where I'm really having some trouble. Because I tried doing this before, but... I'm going to put on the earplugs. The earplugs. Where did I put them? Oh, not this crap again. Oh, they're on the car. Okay, cool. Excelente. Excelente. Hang on, I'm just cleaning them off real quick. That's cool, Ruin. Does it run, dude? You got it for $800. Does it run? She run and drive? I'd say hammer the flange up to the height you need and then flatten it with the dolly. Yeah. Yeah. So how I was trying to do this before, Geek, is I used an adjustable wrench to just bend the flange up, right? And then I tried to hammer and dolly it to raise it. It didn't really work, but then again, I did it kind of fast because it was towards the end of a stream. Sorry, I'm just cleaning off the earplugs. Yeah, this is kind of a tough spot, but we'll get it. We'll get it. I ain't worried. Something I'm learning about metal, like when I first started this project, I was scared of like, oh, we don't have an undo button. With metal, you basically do. Like, you absolutely have an undo button with metal. Yeah, there's no way that you don't. You can, anything, with the exception of like fatiguing metal, you can absolutely just cut it out and just start over. Like, you could basically just undo your work. Can you weld a plate on the top at just the right thickness? I could weld that flat stock in place, dude. We could weld the flat stock in place. Just zip this onto the frame rail right there. But if we go to hammer this, it's just going to bend it, right? She's just going to bend up. All right. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Let's think. So what I was thinking about doing is getting the cutting wheel and basically right here. So the frame rail comes up like here. Let me get you guys a better view, looking kind of down at it. So the stock frame rail comes up and then it flattens out right around here. The problem with mine is that I just bent it on one straight angle. So this thing just goes up and then it goes up to here, and that's not even the right height. We need to get the frame rail to go up to here and then flatten out. So what I'm thinking, we find the spot where it starts to flatten. I cut with the grinder right here. We bend this edge back up, bend it straight, hammer and dolly it completely straight, and then rebend it after we straighten it out. I know that'll fatigue the steel a little bit. As long as we heat it up and de-stress it, it should be fine. And then get this part level. And once we got it level, keep that there, and then we work on bending this flange back into position. Or, conversely, we could just cut it, tack it here, tack it there, and then seam the inside of the flange right there to get it right. That's my idea. Just curious, how does the interior look? There's no interior in the car right now, Clayton. How does it look? When I bought the car, it didn't have a headliner, it didn't have rugs, it didn't have anything. It just had the seats, and the seats are sitting over there. The seats are over there. They need to be reupholstered, if that's what you're asking. The foam is actually in decent condition, but I don't want to screw with it because Mouse has decided to make a house in there, so the seats need to be completely repadded and going. Why is everything green? Weld shielding. I have a secondary welding mask that was basically broken. So I punched out the UV filter and I taped it to the front of the camera. So when I weld Gamer Boy, you guys can see what I'm welding. You can see the pool. It's way better for people trying to see what I'm doing with the welder, and it's way easier to give feedback that way. But yeah, it's just got a green filter on it, and it also protects the camera lens. Did you lock the white balance on the matrix cam? No, I didn't. I don't remember anybody telling me to do that, Martin. All right, so we're going to have to get into this. Let me get the jacket on. And we could sit here with the hammer and dolly and zap it, just get it right, but I have to bend basically the whole stupid flange up because I didn't do the bend right. I didn't get the bend in the right spot. It was close, but it's not exact. I shouldn't have burned that. We shouldn't have burned the left side frame rail wall in. Should have waited, but that's okay. Why are we green? Welding camera. I put a UV filter. I taped it to the front of the camera so you guys can see the weld better. And it also protects the camera lens from like spatter and stuff. But it's on a Ford E350, runs great, only needed a new battery. Nice, Ron, there we go. Hulko-Vision.
Discovery.
I see shades of green. MIF resubs too. You know what? Before we go zipping this thing off with a cutting wheel, let's just get some pliers and see if we can bend this thing back. See if we can bend it into position. So I'm going to start by trying to bend this flange up. We'll try to bend the sucker straight. Consider this as basically a little bit of a coarse adjustment to the rail. And I'll hammer that all flat here in a second. Actually, I don't really like using the pliers. I like the adjustable wrench. I just got to find the adjustable wrench. Did I actually put it away? Did I put it where it belonged? There's no way that happened. It's got to be somewhere where it doesn't belong. I like using the wrench, the adjustable wrenches, because they're flat edge. Depends on how many times EJ will have to explain the green camera. It's probably going to happen, Diabetic Kid, every 5 minutes for probably till the end of this stream. Yeah. So do the math. I don't know where the adjustable wrench went. I had a big adjustable wrench that I was using before. Couldn't have gone far. Maybe it's up on the front of the car. Let me check. I don't know why I'd put it over there, but maybe we did. Nope, just a pry bar. Oh, there it is. It's over by the vise. I got it. Nice. All right, so let's take this and all right, now I'm going to take the hammer and dolly and we'll get that flat. I'll get a bit of flat stock and I'll get my precious flat stock. And we just... All right, it's still a little bit wavy around where it bends down, but that's okay. It's fine. All right, so now I have to take this and I'm going to try to put it exactly where I think the bend needs to be. All right, so we start here and then I need something to hold up against this. See if we can get it right. You know what? Hammering this against the flat stock might actually help us. Now we got to bend it more. That's not really doing much. You know, and if we screw it up, we cut it out and make a new one. No problem.
Yeah, I know that looks terrible, but the night is still young, Ed boy. Where's my dolly? There we go. Which side do I want? You know what? Let's use this side. Problem is that the radius of that bend is no good. I did get it closer to the right height, dudes, but see, I kinked that part of the metal inward, which is not what I wanted. Like this should not be like that. Put a brace on the lip. That's why I will raise it on the ground, or brace it on the ground. Yeah. See, I just gotta, if I could get this whole thing to move in a little bit, that would be useful. I'm not 100% sure that this will do it, but if I brace against the back here, right, and we, hang on. No, that I really can't get a good position here. Let's try. Here, maybe if we do this up top, we can grease the edge. Nice. Now, just got to bring that edge in. How the heck were we going to do that? This needs to. I got it to the height. We're pretty damn close. I got to fix some waviness over here, but it's this edge. I got to bring it in a little bit because right now the frame rail is going. This wall is going in now, and then I need this to be straight because we got to extend this. Hang on, I'm not on my down on knees right now, so I'm taking the knee pads off for a second. Could heating it up make it more malleable? Yes. We're gonna have to heat it because we have to de-stress it anyway, so let me get my torch. We'll just give it a little bit of heat. Need some fire, man! Need some heat here, man! Need some heat! Oh, thank you! Thank you very much! Take that! There we go. It's probably not the right way to do this, but Peppa. Nice. Let me get the dolly. The dolly lammer. Got to bend it a little bit more. Yeah, we're almost there. Let me just bend more of this back up and then back this out a little bit. And then bend it down. Bending it back into position, it just didn't really do what I wanted, dudes. You know, ever since I lit that torch, it just got really hot in here. That's strange. We're still out by a pretty good. Okay, so moral of the story here is to just, you know, make the part right next time. It's pretty much not flush, like anywhere. Yeah, this is, it's got to go up, dudes. Okay. All right, I know what I want to do. I'm sectioning it with, I just cut it with some tin snips. We'll seam weld that back in later. While the metal's still warm, we'll take this tab and just move it up. And then, I know this is some gore right here. I should probably just replace it at this point. All this work makes me glad my AMC Eagle's really good shape. Yep, Zerb, it's pretty much chose the worst car ever to learn this on, but you know, it's fine. All right, so we got to go making sure that our flange is perfect. Now, the right way to do this would probably just be to cut this out. Actually, you know what we could do? If I bend that whole damn thing back upright, we could trace a line. You know, we cut it here, trace a line, zip that off with a flap disc, flatten these two panels out, or get new ones, and seam it right back into place. I'm actually okay with doing that. Or we could just try to bend it. Bending it would probably be easier. All right, where's my flat stock? There we go. Yeah, the bend was about a ½ inch too low. It needs to be a lot higher. But if we're going to try to bend this back into, if we're going to try to bend this into position, the right way to do it would be to let me see. Right way to do it would be to just cut it out and start again. Clamp your straight edge where you need your bend, then bend against it. That's a good idea. I like that. Yeah. I gotta get a good clamp to do that though. The Craigs should do it, but the Craig is kind of circular, I guess, and I don't know if it fits. I don't know if that, yeah, that one don't fit in there. I mean, I could get it, we could get it partially shoddy. Let me think. Ooh. Shoddy, you give me an idea. All right, so we got the metal piece. We know that's where we want. The bend needs to be like right there. So how about we take this, right? Clamp the flat stock in place and go from there. And then we could hammer around that. How's that? Or attack the straight stock in. I mean, clamping it can do it too. I don't see why clamping it wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't give me a problem. Hold on, let me fix something real quick. I got to snip a little bit more of that off. Put a 2x4 in it and clamp it to both sides. Yeah. I like the flat stock idea. That's also a good one though, but there's the frame rail holders. Let me place this where it needs to be. Yeah, you know what? Clamping it from the bottom is probably better. There. All right. Now, that seems to be the ticket, but hold on. The clamp got in the way a little bit, so I gotta try to clamp it low so I can hammer up against that. It's still low. It just bent right back into the position that it was at. I just tightened up the freaking edge. Yeah, it always just wants to bend right back into the position. That's really goddamn annoying. What's up, y'all? I don't know how I ended up on this dang gong live stream, but I'm all for it. Let's go. There you go, Fooled by Primes. Hell yeah. Welcome. Need to set the straight edge higher. Yeah, geek. It's not really doing what I want. But let me think. I mean, we tightened up the edge for sure, but it's still, it's still low, dude. We've fatigued this metal so much, man. I might just cut it out and place a new one. What I'm thinking is bend all this back up straight, and then like bend the whole thing straight, and then just measure it. Like put the flat stock here, scribe a line in, cut on that line, and then just make a new strip. And then just use your welding tips and just seam down that. It's probably what we'll do. Once again, the reason this flange is too low. This one is where it should be, and there's a gap there. There's a pretty big gap, probably about 1/4 inch. Yeah, that's no good, man. It's a shame because that was a good bend, but it doesn't seem like I got the angle exactly right. Yeah, the straight stock's moving, Shoddy. That's it. Yeah, if you tack weld it, it won't move. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lesson here. The lesson is make the bracket right the first time. Don't burn it in unless it's absolutely perfect. That's the lesson, but yeah, you guys are not wrong. Heat will help relieve stress in the metal. Well, I already torched it. Can't you see that it's burnt? I did torch the damn thing. Bit hard to tell that it's burned. We're green. Yeah, that's a good point. Guys, I'm thinking I beat the snot out of this thing so much we might replace it. Probably is better to replace it at this point. You know? I mean, we could heat it to alleviate the stress on the metal, but yeah. Also, I noticed that this side is not entirely flat. There we go. That edge wasn't, it was a little wavy from when I dug out a spot weld. Yeah, there we go. Now she's nice and flat. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna cut that a little bit more with the chops, because I think that also contributed to that not bending properly. There we go. All right, we chopped out enough there. I'll zip that back in together in a second. I gotta hold the frame rail with my knee. Torch, 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 torch. I bent the wall, dude. It's all screwed up. That is, Mike, that thing is all fricked up. Dead people can't talk, Mike. "35 cars in a boat." How did you wreck a boat? DEA? Where? Trying to get it as straight as possible now. This looks like a very precise and surgical procedure. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Mark, what's going on? Yeah, it's fine. It's good. Totally fine. Metal stress. Yeah, no, it's good. There we go. That's pretty damn straight again. There's a little bit of an indent right there, but let's see if I can. like I said, the lesson here is just make the part right the first time. Man, doesn't give me a lot of frame rail flange, jeez. I scribed a line on where it needs to be bent this time, but yeah, man. Oh boy, we are way off. Like way off, dude. I can't believe that. Like, here, let me hold the flat stock here. Hold it parallel on that. Dude, look. Oh man, my bend before was down here. Oh geez. There's a little ripple up here that I'm trying to iron out so we can get this pretty much flush. Man, my hammer and dolly's getting some work in today. Yeah, this piece, our bend was super good, but we were way off. We were way off. It moved when we welded it in, I'm pretty sure. All right, let's tack the flat stock in place. That's a good idea. We'll tack it. Actually, I might need to. No, that's the right idea. Either that or just zip that off and zip it off at the right height and make a new one. I'm kind of coming down in favor of that, especially since we beat the snot out of that metal. I don't really like how much it's, well, gotten the trash beaten out of it. Yeah, this flange we can always bend to and call it a day, like, because it's close. It's really, yeah, that we can shore that up. I'm not too worried about that. I put the dolly in and just hammer it into position. It's kind of in a little bit, but that's okay. Any games in mind that you're looking to play soon? I don't know, Danimal. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Kitten Space Agency probably would be at the top of the list there. whenever they release that. But yeah, dude, there really hasn't been any games out lately that kind of catch my fancy, man. Like, you know, I'm usually super optimistic about stuff, dude, but there's like most of the games like suck. It's very clear that the gaming industry as a whole has really started to cater to lowest common denominator gaming, like console gaming and mobile gaming and stuff. It's very clear that that's the direction that the industry is going. Once upon a time, dude, you know good and well, Danimal, that I could use games to teach people about STEM. And the games, like, you could take it as far as you want, like KSP or Cities 1 or whatever. Like, you could really do a lot of stuff in terms of like replayability and whatnot. It's very clear that gaming is kind of moving away from more complicated games in favor of simplified gameplay. And there's just really no games that catch my fancy too much, dude. Like, there's a bunch of games out there with potential, but they're all, it seems like every review that I do nowadays, damn, every new game that I play, it happened with Kerbal 2, happened with Cities 2, it happened with Roadcraft. Every game that I play, I end up getting into a conversation with chat that's very familiar, and I'm noticing a pattern. It usually ends with chat saying, oh, well, this game isn't for you. It's not for the hardcore player. So what is? You know, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the entire gaming industry has to tailor to me. It's just, I need a game that has a lot of longevity, right? Because I need to sell, I need to trade on that game, right? Like Kerbal, for instance. You know, I have to be able to stretch the content out and make good content with it and basically have different ways of playing the game that, you know, is my own style. And you just, there's not really a lot of room for, you know, playing games in a different way nowadays. Because they're trying to sell as many games as possible, they force a common denominator and you have to play a certain way, and that's it. Like, maybe I'm getting old, maybe the industry is changing, but like, and I'm not trying to be cynical about this, dude. I want to play new games, like, but there's, yeah, Animal, to be 100% honest, there really isn't much that's catching my fancy, dude. Flyout's pretty cool, but the times that I played it, people didn't care. Maybe we can go do it again. I don't know. They're definitely catering to short-term TikTok brains nowadays. Yeah, it doesn't leave much in the room for long-format content, dude. And ever since Kerbal went down the drain, like, I've been trying to find other forms of long-format content that I would like and I think you guys would like. Like this. This is a cool project. This is a really cool project because we're actually going to be able to drive this around. We'll be able to, how cool would it be, like, when we finish this, to do a road trip stream in the car? Right? Wouldn't that be cool? Like, oh, this is the car that you built. Oh, I remember when you made this frame rail part. I remember when you had trouble bending that flange back into position, or you know, we had trouble repairing the rust, or oh, I remember when you put the steering wheel in this car. Like, I'm trying to find I've been trying to find other ways to do more long format content. Space news obviously is great because that's fine, because that's just whatever's going on. Commentating on rocket launches, that hasn't gone anywhere. That's pretty much the same as it was back in the day. I mean, I don't cover every launch because nowadays there's too many of them. I would be up 24 hours a day. That would be kind of fun, but if there were two of me, I could probably get it done. Hearts of Iron 4 achievement hunting can take a lot of time. But, Kinder, that's what I'm talking about. Achievement hunting is just playing the game to get achievements. There's no, like, you have to do it a certain way to get the achievement. Like, yeah, Sig, I got to finish this trunk stuff, dude. Game developers become Robinhood is now purposely done for maximizing profits. Yeah, and once again, I'm not trying to hate on like modern gaming. You know, if that's cool that gaming has become a casual part of life, you know, but like I can't help but feel kind of homeless in that regard because, dude, like gaming is just something that people do every once in a while. Like it's just part of like, hey, I'm gonna go play some video games, then I'll go outside and run or something. Like, dude, my life growing up was just video games. Video games, all the time. Nothing else. Nothing else mattered, right? I don't know. Like, I just kind of feel like there's no... Unless you guys want to watch me play Counter-Strike all day, Counter-Strike hasn't changed, you know, too much. I mean, there's the whole skins thing, but I'm not doing that on stream. If there were two of you, EJ... Would it be Spicy EJ and Cool EJ? What would the other EJ be like? I just need another me, outdoorsman. Just need another me. Just an exact copy. That'd be great. I want to learn how to drive a semi. Have you played Juno? Juno does not light my fire, Peace Boy, in any way, shape, or form. It feels like you're playing CAD. It does not feel like... It doesn't capture the fun that KSP does in my, like... I'm not going to say it's soulless, because that would be a slap in the face to the people that developed it, but it feels like you're playing CAD. What you done with the Coronet will force you to build a hot rod. Yeah, there you go. Watching you play Hearts of Iron was fun for me because your passion for history showed and I learned a lot. Thanks, Tally. Yeah, Hearts is a game that I can still use, but Hearts is kind of niche for the history nerds, Tally. I've noticed that there's not too incredible big crossover between like military history nerds and space program nerds. Just from my playing Hearts, like. I don't should play Aurora 4X. Sig, you're missing the point. I don't want to play a game like that. I don't want to play a game that's full simulation because that's boring. I want to play a game that's good enough, that's open-ended enough where you can have some fun with it, but not full spreadsheet simulator. You have to find the balance between, you know, hardcore, like super hardcore, like Eve, right? Like we'll put this on a scale of spaceflight simulators, right? Or spaceflight simulators. Like Eve is over here, right? Elite Dangerous is over here. Kerbal is like right in the middle. It's really nice. It's still fun enough where you can have some fun, blow things up. It's entertaining to watch. It abstracts enough of the real life, like difficulties of rocket science, so you can have some fun with it. But it doesn't necessarily it's not necessarily arcadey in that regard either. It is a game that will teach you. You know, you will learn orbital mechanics from playing Kerbal, and you will get good at it. I'm nerd out on Planes and War Thunder. Have you looked into Space Engineers? I don't know, maybe. I have fun with Beam. Yeah, but yeah. Like Danimal, is there, you know, to answer your question, is there any games that I'm looking forward to playing? No, not really. Roadcraft was one that I thought we would put a lot of time into, and once again, it's just dumbed down SnowRunner. It's dumbed down SnowRunner with that you can make roads with no road making equipment. You made a game called Roadcraft that has no road grader in it and no bulldozer. Two pieces of equipment that are vital in modern road manufacturing or modern road construction. Like, you're not building, no one builds roads without bulldozers and road graders. Yeah, automation is cool, Storm, but yeah. No, make AJ do a square body Chevy or rebuild a military John Deere tractor or something. And no ability to scoop up material. Yeah, how you gonna make a game about building roads and not put a bulldozer in it? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand what that game is trying to do or what it's trying to be. But yeah, that just seems to be stuff that just keeps happening over and over and over again. These games have these awesome promise. I go to play it and it's got potential. I might try Captain of Industry, Sig. I don't know. Like, I'm sick of playing a game that releases into 1.0, right? It releases into 1.0, and every single time, all I got is, oh, it's got potential. Derail content is kind of dry at this point. Derail is awesome, dude, but once you get a bunch of D6s, you can just haul everything all at once, make tons of money, and that's it. Like, I didn't really get into, like, modifying your own locomotives and stuff, but I don't know. That doesn't, I'm not going to say that doesn't catch my fancy, right? But I just don't really understand why you have that type of locomotive customization in the game. Right? Like, not really sure what you were trying to, like, what does it add? So it makes doing the task that you are already doing easier. Okay, great. Now you can do more stuff quicker, and now you make more money. What are you spending all that money on once you buy all the demo locomotives? No Man's Sky. Now, No Man's Sky, I only played it once with Bremo one time. It looked fun. I heard about the debacle that happened during release, and they did fix it. You never did a lot of RTS on stream, right? No, not really. Out of War seems pretty good, but I've watched a couple of playthroughs, Arc Blue. It doesn't really look like it has much longevity right now. It does have potential, though. There's another one. How many games have we played? I'm sick of playing a game that has potential. I just want to play a game. I want to play a game that I can use to teach people about STEM and science and education, and none of these fit that bill. None of them. Like, it really sucks, man. It sucks because I don't I want to keep doing what I'm doing, but there's only so much content I can wring out of a game like Roadcraft. You know? You can build model rockets on Twitch. You should be able to. That space truck one was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool game. I did enjoy it. But once again, very limited in gameplay. Like, okay, it's just like Derail. You're just moving stuff around and you get the challenge. But, like, I think the No Man's Sky disaster is the point in where I dropped my water. Sorry, I'm just taking a little hydration break. We'll get back to the car. Did you know there was a Space Truckers movie? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If Derail added rail building to design and engineer new lines in another map or an expanded map, that's Red 8, that's when I'd have some fun. That would be a teachable moment, you know what I mean? We could really have some fun with that, dude. Is it time to get into Factorio then? I like Factorio, but the meta, arguably, my problem with Factorio is that the meta is so ridiculously thought out at this point. The second I do something incorrect, everyone's going to tell me I'm doing it wrong. It doesn't really offer anything in the way of me putting my mark on the game and trying to add new things, because there's only one like most efficient way to do something, you know? Like the meta is so established for that game that it's not, I really feel that I have nothing to add. Did we talk about how Satisfactory 1.1 just dropped? Yeah. What was the train game that you played before that you were building tracks and bridges? That was Railroads Online. That game went into development hell. There was a lot of drama that went down. I'm not interested. Yeah, maybe we'll crack open Captain of Industry sooner rather than later. Maybe I'll do it on the other side of my vacation. I'm taking the first week of July off. I always take the first week of July off. I detox from the computer completely for a week straight. But yeah, I'm trying to stream. I've been trying to do Locked In June and stream more for this month. Like a lot of the streams have gone 12, 13, 14 hours, which is cool. If you like Derail Valley, what about Railroads Online? I just answered that. I know about Children of the Dead Earth. The problem with Children of the Dead Earth, Lloyd, is that it's such an old game, it doesn't really capture people's attention. I don't know. Maybe we'll just go back to playing KSP1. Maybe we'll just go back to doing that. I don't know. You know? Just go back to doing that. It might be fun to see how you'd engineer in a theme park like Planet Coaster. Yeah. Well, yeah, we got to finish our Red Dead playthrough. Yeah. KSP1 with KRPC. Yep. Like, yeah, we'll just go back to playing mission mode, dude. With KRPC, though, that would be tough. I don't know anything about software. I'm not a software guy. I'm a hardware guy. That's my thing. What's up with Kid and Space Agency? They're giving periodic updates to it, but yeah. The guys making No Man's Sky are coming out with a new game called Light No Fire. Might be worth a look. I don't know. X-Wing, and once again, I'm not trying to be cynical. I think I'm just getting old. I don't trust any new release. I'm sick of It's Got Potential, dude. I got really let down from KSP2 and Cities 2. Like, X-Wing, those were my two main games. Kerbal and Cities, we would just go back and forth and just build awesome stuff, and people would love it. We'd have a great time. And both of the sequels are terrible. Like, that's what I mean about being homeless. Like, I don't have a main game anymore. Yeah. Thankfully, NSF came along, dude, because, and Flame Trench and stuff, that kind of saved me. I was, in 2023, early 2024, I was considering just, all right, that's enough, I was considering calling it, but, Twitch Partner Plus and NSF saved me. And then they allow dual stream with YouTube, which is great. And that kind of filled in the blanks from basically Kerbal and Cities flopping. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that. I mean, you can't predict the future, right? Obviously. But Kerbal 2 going under really screwed my bottom line. Let's just say that. KSP1 and Cities 1 are still there. Yeah, Kinder, and that's what I mean. Maybe we should just go back. Maybe we should just go back to playing the old rotation. We already been doing it with Summer Car. Maybe we should just do that. I'm willing to bet Kitten is going to be your new home. We're just doing side quests till that comes out. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Boonick, same. I was on Absolute Destiny 2 Hussy for years, and now I'm homeless. I tried so many games that just don't do it for me. Have you looked at Construction Simulator? It's surprisingly competent. I don't know. Yeah, dude, I've been kind of main game homeless for a long time now, dude. We just play whatever. And I know it, I can only appreciate as to hell, like, the people that have been here. Because, guys, a lot of people left. A lot of people left after I stopped playing Kerbal. Like, the numbers don't lie. And that's fine. Like, have you tried playing Cities 2 with mods? No. Trying to get mods to work in that game sucks. Because they decided to have their own proprietary mod pack thing because they wanted to make the game work on console. A city simulator working on console. It's like trying to fly an airplane with a freaking controller and being like, yeah, that's enough buttons. No, it's not. It's not even enough buttons for a frigging Cessna, let alone a 737 or something. Like, who thought that was a good idea? I started watching you when you were playing Satisfactory. Satisfactory is a good exception to this, Mowgli. Satisfactory and Coffee Stain never let us down. They made themselves a plan when they went into early access. They planned their release and then they released it. 1.0 pretty much released on schedule from their original timelines. More or less. I mean, it was a little bit off, but you can't predict the future, right? But yeah. People like watching me play Satisfactory, but I think I've bored people with the Pillar of Autumn build by not making enough progress fast enough, dude. That's what I mean about long format content. It's an art. It's really hard to do. Long format content that's sustainable for months on end. People get bored if you don't move the ball forward, which is why I've been like anal retentive on getting this freaking done. Because people are going to get bored. If I'm still sitting here working on the trunk in a month, yeah, we're not making the progress, dude. Have you seen the new Kerbal Colonies mod? Yeah, the mod creator reached out to me, Blue Flare, back in the when it released. Gives Kerbal Constructs a good gameplay loop. Maybe we'll try it, dude. Blue, I'll be honest with you. I'm working on this, and fabricating stuff has really and believe it or not, talking about like space flight during Space News and teaching people about orbital mechanics. I'm putting the wedding ring away. Has really it's really, what's the right way to say it? It's really made me want to play again, but I don't know if I'm ready for mission mode, dude. Maybe we'll just play it and have some fun. Yeah, Rarest, yeah. That's good. I'm glad you like it. Anyway, let's get back to work. But yeah, Danimal, that's why I really haven't been playing a lot of games lately, dude. We haven't sat down and played much. Because this is the only thing that's catching my fancy, and you can't force yourself to play. You can't force yourself to have fun. I tried to do it with KSP2. It didn't last. If you try to force yourself to have fun in a game, you will burn out. And I did KSP2 pretty much every day, every stream for like 4 months straight, and by the end I'm just like, I hate everything about this game. I hate it a lot, actually. I tuned out during Kerbal. Don't worry. We go to play again, I'll get your attention. We went to Eve in KSP2. Yeah. I went to every planet in KSP2. You guys don't remember that? Yeah, Blue Flare, I got you. Hey, Urban, thanks for the raid, man. Anyway, I should probably get back to work. It was KSP2? I don't remember that. Yeah, me neither. Urban, what's going on? Speaking of KSP, Urban Venture is a KSP streamer, guys. He's a pretty good one at that. Should probably give him a follow. He's pretty good at it. I don't know, Erudite. I haven't put much thought into it. Kyron, in your universe, there's no KSP2 or Cities 2. Yeah, it's just a bummer, dude. I like a little curbling. It's true. Nice. Nice, nice. I got a wedgie. Not gonna lie. I got a wedgie. All right, cool. We're good. So yeah, that's why I've been kind of just exploring doing hardcore car content, and I'm not gonna lie, it's not for everybody. I think people are sick of it, but I gotta finish this, dudes. I really can't. We gotta finish this. I can't leave a car in pieces in my garage. I've done that before. It didn't end well. So, with that being said, let's get back to work. Good thing is that, you know, it's a freaking sauna in here, and I'm sweating out everything, so I'm losing weight, so that's kind of cool, you know? Better than sitting in the air-conditioned computer all day. All right, shut that. Let's roll. Got a raid and fade. All right, Urban. Hey, thanks for the raid. Guys, give Urban a follow. He's a good dude. Did the truck get finished? Yeah, Imperatory. The 59's done. It's outside. I drive it around. I drove it around last weekend. I just use it as a truck. Yeah. Everything else runs except for the Coronet, dude. Mustang's running. 59's running. The 97 runs great from Route 154. Everything runs except for this. Actually, to be honest with you, this does run. If we hook the battery up, and we could start it right now. The problem is that it doesn't drive because there's no rear suspension hooked up. Kind of important. All right, let's get back to work. So finish the trunk and then break from the car stream, or do we go straight ahead? Well, what happened to the Camaro? The Camaro's sitting in my driveway, Victory. It's under a cover. It's been under wraps pretty much. It's been under wraps all winter. I gotta take it out and start it. Dust off the cobwebs. Anyway, so what I want to do, Kinder, is I think the trunk is probably the hardest part. This is the most difficult part of this entire build because there was nothing back here. We're having to kind of figure out, what's taken so long is that we've had to figure out what's back here. I had to do tons of research trying to get that right. And I'm not saying there aren't other unknown unknowns inside of this vehicle. The rocker panels are probably going to be a little bit difficult. However, I think we ended up doing probably one of the hardest things first, which is not bad. That's not a bad thing. Like, that's good. That means the other stuff will go pretty fast. Here. You know what I was just thinking? Why don't we just put this into position here? Ooh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't have been... Okay. Hold on. Let me just make some modifications here. Anyway, I don't want to talk about playing games, dudes, to be honest. Like, and I never thought I would say that on stream, but I don't really want to talk about it right now. Like, it's just kind of depressing. Like, sorry, I don't mean to be a buzzkill. Anyway, headphone users, don't worry, like space news and stuff ain't going nowhere. I'm still here, and between this, NSF, and streaming on YouTube, we're good. That's kind of cool because it kind of gives me free rein to explore different types of content like this. Let's check for fitment again. I kind of had an idea. The idea would be to put the leaf spring perch kind of in position here. Oh yeah. Let's see if we can get this to sit flush. Yeah, there's a little ripple in the metal right there that I gotta fix. Here, let me get the Craig clamps and see if we can just kind of stamp that out. There's a ripple there because from the tin snips, maybe I can. How am I gonna bend that out? So, see right there, there's a high spot, and that's preventing the leaf spring from being flush. I probably shouldn't have cut it right there, but that's okay. We can get at it. What can I use? What can we use? What can we use? Give me my sledge. Want to hand me that wrench, Jimbo? Now the bigger one, the sledge. Weren't we going to order new leaf springs at some point? Yeah, let's. I need new shackles, and I'm pretty sure these leaves are okay, Creation. They look fine. You'd probably just clean them up and paint them, at least for now. I think the shocks are done out back, though. The shocks aren't. The shocks are struggling. When in doubt, hammer it out. It didn't really do much. Okay. All right, let's check for fit again. Much better. I really got to bend that ripple. See that? See that little guy right there? We got to bend that thing. So bend on that thing. Wait, is that still funny? I don't know. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, you know, we're preoccupied with trying to make that fit with the leaf spring flange. Why don't we just keep that thing bent up like that, weld the stupid leaf spring perch in position, get it all nice and flush, weld the thing into position, and then just bend it back over. we'll bend it back over the top and it'll come out perfect. I just got to get rid of that little snip right there. Have you ever considered doing model kits? Nah, that's boring. This is a big model kit, Clayton, that you can drive around. I'd prefer to do this. Yeah, we just gotta... We got flies. Let me get the bug assault. We got flies. Chat, we got flies. Come on, flies. Every time I get down in here, they fly between me and what I'm working on. Man, that guy's going all over the place. All right. The bug assault is armed and ready to go if we need it. We got flies. Get out of here, you gosh dang jackhole. You'll never believe the idea that chat just came up with for the leaf spring perch. Not gonna lie, I'm liking that plan. Call of Duty soundtrack. .jpeg. Wait, no. All right, how are we going to flatten this freaking piece of metal? How are we going to do that? All right, hold up. We got to get the fly to land. Hold on. Where are you, Mr. Fly? Where are you, Mr. Fly? You best be getting out of my garage. You are harboring enemies of the state, insects, are you not? I think it flew out the door, but the second I put this down, he's going to fly right back. That mother fricker. All right. It's like, it really is like summer car, isn't it? This is restricted airspace. For real, man. Yeah, that got it to flatten out a little bit. It's just where I snipped it, it kind of kinked the metal a little bit. Heating it should probably get it to flatten out pretty easily. All right, we need some fire here, man. Need some heat here, man. Need some heat. Take that. There we go. Yeah, it's a little warm. All right, let's check the spring again. I don't want one leaf spring position. I want all leaf spring positions. Yeah, still kinked out right there. That was really hot. Just thought I'd let you know. So once again, the front fits amazing. The back, though, it needs to be, it's kind of down. It needs to be up a little bit more, and where it's getting stuck is right there. Like, I don't know if you guys can see the flange plate. It goes up against it, and then it rides out a little bit. And don't get me wrong, we could weld it in. It probably wouldn't be a big deal, but we got to flatten that thing. We got to flatten it and then zip this thing in. Why are we green? Because you're super green. I put a welding filter on the, I taped the welding filter to the front of this 010. Yeah. I just need to zip that out a little bit better. It's still kind of hot, but yeah. Where the original metal bend was, I got to flatten that out, and I'm not really sure how we're going to do it. Like, I could try to put this backer piece in here and that's definitely getting it out, but it's got to go a little bit more. There's a ripple in the metal right here that I'm trying to fix it. So I'm holding this flat edge against the back of it and hammering it on the front should even out that ripple. Okay, I think I flattened it. Let's check. Let me get the perch, see if the flange ends up being flush. Definitely closer, but there's a gap between the metal here. Me beating the snot out of this stupid thing has made it kind of bent. Go figure. How would we bend it straight again? Or was it ever straight? I don't know. See, because once this thing gets into position, right, we just hammer this edge over. Hammer it over, and we're good to go. It's actually pretty freaking close. Yeah, there's still a little kinky do right there. I kinked it again. Damn it. That didn't do what I want. That, I'd need a combination wrench that can reach down there a little bit more and get it to flatten. Or we could get the hammer and the dolly again and just, yeah, go for it. It's not too far off. We could probably get in here like this. No, that's not gonna work. Okay, it's pretty flat. It's just, it's a little low right in this area right here. I'm gonna just see if we can bend it out. Just push that area out. So I'm gonna take my flat stock here and just lean it up against the frame rail and just see if we can just push out on that edge a little bit. There we go. See if that does it. There's probably about, that's where that needs to be. This is where this needs to live, right here. It's close, guys. We're close to getting this right. Okay. It's pretty damn close, dudes. Like, if you guys can, I can move the camera and I just zoom in right there. See, there's still a little bit of a gap, but if we, when we go to clamp this, or we go to weld this, if we sandwich these two suckers together with a clamp, see what I'm talking about? This is the edge that I've been kind of trying to flatten. If we sandwich it together when we plug weld it, then we're good. See what I mean? All right, dudes. I'm satisfied with this. Let's start taking measurements for burning this thing in. I like the idea of taking that edge and once the leaf spring thing is in, hammering it back over. I like that idea. Why is everything green? Because we're in the matrix. Are you going to be able to get the welder close enough to that? Yeah. Jim, see those two holes right there? That's there's a big hole on the other side of the frame where I can stick the welding nozzle in. See? So the flange will go up against this side, and we stick the welder through there, and it'll go through the hole right there, and we'll zap that thing in, and then maybe I'll seam weld it on both sides just to be very sure. But if we clamp it all up, right, clamp it, zap that thing into place, then I have something to bend this back down to, and because that's welded in place, it'll bend around it. I got the idea from people saying, you know, weld the flat stock in so you can get the bend right. We can take time welding the flat stock in, or you can just weld the perch in and make sure it's right, and then we're good to go. And then we just hammer it straight. Oh, that's the other thing I got to do. I got to drill the other hole. We got to re-drill the other hole. I filled it with welding bead yesterday by accident. So let me get my safety glasses out. There should be 4, and you guys can only see 3. There we go. That's all. I just needed to get the welding bead out of the way. Some of the welding pool when I was welding yesterday fell down in there. Excellent. Good. So we can get a good plug weld on that. Good, good. If you have a second to put this in for Space News, Hardy Aerospike Commercial Development. Yeah, no, that's cool. Neat, man. We'll check it out in a little bit. I'm locked in right now, man. Okay. All right. Let's start taking measurements. Oh boy, the Vivitar. Decided to just put the numbers up on the screen again. Even though every time I tell it to, not do that, it just puts them back up on the screen. So mode, settings. So stupid. This camera's such a piece of snot. Icon display, close. All right, we good. All right. Okay, so now I got to take measurements. I'm going to take measurements against that frame rail over there just to make sure we're in the right spots. It is such a pile of crap, dude. Now there are tabs on the rails that you basically can use. I mean, guys, this isn't really rocket science, dude. Like, look here, I'll show you not with the Vivitar. Well, actually, you know what? It might be easier to see it when it's overexposed. So we will get the Vivitar. Come here. It's a good look at my wall. Right there. Of course, it's caught on something. Why wouldn't it be? Cable. All right. All right, so check this out. Look. So if you see the reinforcement bracket right there, you see that? If you look at this from the side, the back side of the leaf spring perch front plate is aligned. Ow. Is aligned with that. See? It's perfectly aligned. And then the front of the front leaf spring flange is aligned with this one. See, this diagonal goes right to that. This straight piece goes right to that. See what I mean? And then there are tabs on the rail. See the tabs? 1 and 2. As long as you center that in there, I think you're good. Now, we already know that the frame rail is true. That thing is straight. I don't know how, considering all the rust we've taken out of it, but it's definitely straight, which is pretty good. So I'm thinking we have the tabs right there. We have the tabs right there. As long as I center it on the tab, make sure the back wall, the back of the front mount for the leaf spring perch is perfectly parallel with that, I think we're good. I don't think we're going to have an issue here. Any objections, dudes? Trains. I like trains.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Trains, GTEL. Yes. Trains. So I'm going to put the little tripod with the Vivitar in a position where you guys can see this from the side. This thing sucks so hard. What a pile of junk. Anyway. Come on, tripod. Right there. There it is. Of course, nothing is in focus because this camera is a gigantic pile of crapola, but whatever. That's good enough to get the point across. So here, let's look. Let's get that leaf spring perch. Here's what I'm talking about. We know that the frame rail is straight, so as long as I put that basically right around there, actually that's pretty much it. Right there, we're set, dude. Yeah, we're set. That's where it needs to be, right there. And then we just flatten this sucker out, flatten that, bend this piece, flatten this to the leaf spring perch, and then we got it made in the shade, man. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Any objections, chat? Let me check. No objections here? Are we good, dudes? Was that a real pew-pew? No. This building isn't climate controlled. I don't keep real steel in a non-climate controlled environment. That's really not great for it. That's a pellet gun. Go. No objections. All right, now we got to figure out a way to brace this thing. We got to figure out a way to hold it. Okay, I'm gonna get a C-clamp out. I have more over here. That might be enough. So I'm going to use this to clamp the bottom of the rail to the frame. Let's just, before we send this, let's make sure it's in the right spot. There we go. There. All right. Okay. All right, so that's one clamp in position. And I think I can hold the rest of it in place because it's not, it bent a little bit, it kind of bent around a little bit when Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys passed away. That's a shame. You know where he's from? He's from Hawthorne, California. Is that blocking the weld holes? Yeah, on the bottom, dude. Yeah, it's blocking it on the bottom, but I'm going to get at it from the top first. I'm going to tack it. We're going to tack the sucker in right here. You can't see it because of the clamp. I'm going to tack it in from the top of the frame rail first. And then I can do the plugs back here. Plugs up there, and then the two plug welds on the bottom last. That was my idea. You know, I'm wondering, maybe we can just clamp this thing in place before we tack it and go from there. like maybe self-tapper the damn thing in place. I gotta look at the other rail. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, we really gotta we really gotta make sure this is right. Oh, where's my bubble level? I'm gonna put a level on the rail, on the front part of the rail, to see if we can, to see how we can, see if we can get it right. Goddamn flies! We got flies. Seriously, they're buzzing her. It's freaking my summer car. There's my bubble level. Sweet. There we go. That's basically where she needs to be. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get a floor jack in a 2x4, and I'm gonna support the rail, or the perch, from the bottom here. I'm gonna support it from the bottom. Is this too much? Is this too big? Yeah, it's too big. I always have a little bit of 2x4 lying around. Or you could just drop it, you know, that works too. Sure to turn on the kettle. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. That's where she needs to be. Drummer, 105-month resub, mop it. All right. It's green again. Yeah, it's because that camera has a filter on it. All right. I think that's, I think we got it front to back, guys. I think we're lined up right there. Bubble level shows pretty dang level. And I'm looking at my marks that I made on the floor with tape. We're right over the dang leaf spring perch. Let me just look at it from the other camera again. Let me zoom out the Vivitar. I'm going to see if we're straight to the I want to see if we're straight to the, like, square to the other perch. Let me get my long level. Also, hi, we're in the matrix. Yeah, I put a welding filter on the Sony camera. One, so it wouldn't wreck it. Two, so you could see what I was welding. All right, let me get my big level. And what I'm gonna do is basically put this over, put this on center on these, and then I'm gonna see if we're square to the frame rails with the T-square. All right, dudes, what do you think? Don't necessarily look at the level, but like the bubble on the level, but does that look straight? We know that the bracer bar is perfectly straight. Does that look square? It looks pretty damn close to me, dudes. So crownless, what I decided to do was put the perch in and then bend the flange around the perch. Because that'll basically give me a guide on exactly where to do it. Measure it? What? Measuring it is not going to do me any good.
Discovery, go
In this particular capacity. I'm not saying that measuring is not the thing to do. I just don't really understand what it's going to do here. Actually, you know what? 44 on center. That's right. 44 on center from the factory manual, Shogun. So the center of this leaf, actually ours is 43 and 7/8. That's what we did. That's what it was when we measured it. So we put that in the center of the leaf spring. Dude, it's 44 dead on. Like maybe a 16th out. That's good enough for me, dudes. I'm good. I like what I see. I could just do one last test to see if we're level. Dead on in the bubble, dude. Look. Good. 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 I'm happy with this. All right. And this is just what you got to do when you're burning structural parts in like this. You really have to make sure it's right. I think we've done this adequately. Hey William, 6-month resub, thank you. All right, that one stayed level. Okay, so fellas, see that little hole? We're just gonna tack it through the hole in the frame rail, and then we'll check again to see if it moved. Let's get the welding mask out and the jacket and everything. Mi chaqueta. Mi chaqueta. Get some, good job. Thanks, man. Yeah, we would sit there and we were messing around with the stupid frame rail flange, and then I'm like, okay, so let's just try to bend it over the leaf spring perch, right? That'll give us the datum that we're looking for, and it's welded in place, so we don't have to worry about it moving. Second part of that, if it doesn't work, I weld a new flange in. We cut it out, we zip it out, weld a new one in. I don't want to do that. That's going to take some time, but whatever. It's okay. All right. Time to get my knee pads that Brimo gave me. Yeah. Save them knees and my pants. Yeah, buddy. Okay, gloves, steering wheel, gloves and steering wheel. Okay, turning the gas on, gas is on. Welder's on. Move the welding gun into position. Oh, we got to verify our gas flow rate. Yep, 10 liters a minute. That's what we've been using. Now, per Mr. Geek, the Bleak Nation, I'll turn down the wire feed to get it to pool a little better. We turn it down to like 2. We are welding 16 gauge, so my voltage level is level C right now. We're on level C with wire feed speed 2. Big moment. Let's do this. So we're going to do the first tack right there. Speak now, for forever hold your peace. All right, here we go. I'm gonna move the light overhead now, so it's easier to see it. Piece of what? Well, the frame, of course. Okay, so we're going to fill this up right here and tack this bad boy into position. Ready? There it goes. That's a little more than a tack. I full on plug welded it, but I'm confident. Let's check. We're good. Still level. Okay. It didn't move. Okay. All right, so now what we got to do, I'm going to put another tack back here on the back of the frame rail. No, we can. Well, we didn't move. That plug weld came out really nice. I should probably fill it a little bit more, but yeah. I'm just thinking about how I want to go about doing this. I think we should do one at the back now. I think I'm going to, if you guys see the flange right there, I think I'm going to plug weld through the back. So I'm going to try to get you in a position where you can see the damn thing right there. And we're going to plug weld through the back. You got this? Green lights, a bubble to indicate the level. Isn't this a submarine? Sounded like it needed a little bit more wire speed, like the smallest of increases. Okay, good, good. All right, so I'll turn it up just a smidge. We're at 2 right now. It was like at 175 or like a little bit below 1. Now it's a little bit above 2. Okay. So with this one, we have to go through. I have to get the nozzle through there, and we got to plug weld. And I got to make sure that this piece is not going to do that. The 2x4 is moving around. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Okay, did we pen? Oh yeah, yeah baby. Good. Those holes are a little bit forward of where I really wanted to be, but that's where the spot weld would have been, so might want to just seam it in there, but we'll wait on that. Okay, now the bottom one. I need to get the light in here so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, ready? Frickin' 2x4's in the way. Hi, I'm Mr. Tripod. I'm just going to get stuck on everything. Oh, thanks, Mr. Tripod. Keep up the bad work. Okay, ready? Yeah, it penned. Good. I didn't get all of the plug weld on top, so just gonna there. Okay. Still level. All right, taking the level off. Taking that out of the way for a second. I'm going to move the floor jack out of the way. How does it look, dudes? And then we should be able to get the clamp out of the way. It's pretty good, man. Having the welding filter on the camera is awesome. It's Dean's idea in YouTube chat, and then a couple of people had it in. A couple people had that idea in Twitch chat too. Kind of convergent idea. Oh. All right. Let me get the wire brush. I didn't get all of the plug filled right here. So I'm getting the doo-doo caca-poo-poo out of there. And you guys, because the floor jack's not there anymore, you guys can look. I didn't fill it all the way. I'm gonna get all the rust and crap out of there, and then I'll fill the rest of that plug. We'll fill it with a nice pool here. Wait, how are you going to weld the end of the rail on with the perch in the way? Same way we did the other way, make a plate and plug weld it. There's a way we can do it. I'm not worried. You can get the welder in there. We'll just do it the same way that we did before, dude. I'm not worried. I'm really not. Okay. Let me get the light on this. Good. Now we do have to grind that flat. That's why I built up a lot of material again. We're gonna have to sand it smooth so the trunk pan can be flush up against the frame rail flange, but maybe I sent it just a little bit too much, but that's good, man. Good, nice pool. All right, I'm gonna get in. I want you guys to be able to see the flange. There. I'm gonna get in and I'm gonna do the two plugs. The two plug welds. Should be on the lower left part. Hey, Nanas. Time for more welding. Yep. Who was that with the sub? I can't see from here. Hold on. Bullock! 9-month resub. Thanks, man. Making good progress, dudes. Making good progress. Yeah. I'm gonna get under the car. Well, you know what I mean. Okay, so watch right here. We're gonna make sure we get good pen here, and I'm just gonna weld the snot out of this thing. So I'm gonna start at the bottom and work our way up. Ready? How's it look? Did we pen? Oh, we penned. Oh yeah, we did. Oh, we penned. That was good. That was real good. All right, now got to get at the bottom one. Okay, ready? Here we go. How about that one? We get it? Oh yeah, we did. This melon farmer ain't going nowhere. Good. Great. Excellent. Perfect. Oh, she's burned in. She is very burned in. I am good, Maverick. I am very good. Cool. Holy crap. Progress has been made. All right, let me check the level again. Just make sure this thing didn't move around. Nope. Look. Perfect. It didn't move. Oh, that makes me feel so good. This guy pens. That's right. Oh man, does that feel good. Can't really see the bottom hole. Oh, okay. It penned, dude. It burned the paint off the back side. It did it. We still got to do the bottom rosette welds, but yeah, here. I am not sure how I'm going to get you guys a good shot of that. Okay. All right. So the first thing that I'm going to do is hammer these flush. Make sure they're as flush to the frame rail as I can get them. They're pretty good, and they line up with our original witness marks, which is pretty sweet. You don't want a seam here because this is going to be exposed to road grime and stuff. So I might back seam this because they're close to flush, but this isn't because I didn't get it right. This thing is in the right spot. This is more just the part isn't bent like it is from the factory. So I'm going to need to just really beat the snot out of these things till they're nice and flush. Yeah, they're getting there. Let's get the brass hammer. I should be able to plug that. Those are pretty damn close. There. Kind of want it to go a little bit further, dudes, but that one's looking pretty good. Worst case scenario, I seam that. But I really think we should hammer it, try to hammer it as much as possible. Like, see, there's still a couple millimeters in there. Harbor Freight. See, from here, it doesn't look too bad. But okay, what do you guys think? Have you got a big clamp? Big C-clamp, then plug weld it. Okay. Yes, I do. I had one holding this thing in position. That's not a bad idea, bros. Good call. That's why I like you, chat. I wish I had another one of these C-clamps, man. What the? What the hell is the, did the C-clamp just come apart? That's good. That's, yeah, no, yeah, that's fine. I'm sure that's totally how it's supposed to work. Yeah, you're not Jarvis, chat. You're Chattis. 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 Weld this. Chatana. You are Chat GPT. Yeah, that thing just came apart. Yeah. That's what that's supposed to do. Sure. Why not? It came off again. It's those goddamn Mongolians again. Okay, we piloted it in, and now just. There we go. You guys are gonna get brought around town. Okay, you guys are looking in the rail. The weld is gonna happen right up in there. Right here. So let me get you a light so it's a little bit easier. Hopefully we don't blow through. I'm pretty sure that metal's good. We're gonna plug weld this from the bottom. It's a porous nightmare in there. I'm gonna undercoat the inside of these frame rails because, yeah. All right, I got the welding gun. You got to kind of do it in segments or else the pool is going to fall. This is difficult, man, doing this upside down. Oh, that's plugged. That's not going anywhere. Did it pen, dudes? Can you see it? It's under the clamp. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, it didn't weld the clamp. Huh. Okay. The clamp's definitely burned, but I don't see any pen there. But maybe the clamp is what screwed that up. Okay, well, it's definitely plugged, and it's definitely not going anywhere. If we want to do additional seams on certain sides, we can. Yeah, she's definitely not moving. Now, right now though, I'm noticing pinholes in the frame, but that's okay. I'll zap them up soon here. Sorry about the glare from the light. How's that? Cable. Look good? Yeah, so you can see some pinholes up there. We're gonna have to zap those. Problem is, it's gonna be hard to do, or harder to do now, but okay. I can't hold the tripod with the welding gloves, dudes. Can't do it. All right. I think we can all agree that's some good pen. All right, well, that's good. Pen. Good. Let's check it out. How does it look from the other camera? All right. We are making progress. It's pretty good, dudes. Pretty good. Pretty good. Dude, we've added a significant piece to the vehicle. Hang on, I'm just putting the clamp all the way in, the C clamp, so we don't lose the top of the damn thing. We're on our way, dudes. We're on our way. Hey, Flagon. Hey, Blacken, look. You ready? Look, you're in the Matrix. Look at that. Look at you, Neo. You are in the Matrix. Neo! Give up your daily life and come live with us and eat slop in a cave, Neo, please. There is no welding spoon. Then you realize it is not the spoon that is welding. It is only yourself. Cool. I got to do the last 2 plug welds on the bottom, and yeah, then that's good. Then, yeah, we're buttoning things up here, dudes. Jarvis, plug the welds. They've been meaning to ask that extra side bit, the black part. Does that bolt on or do you have to weld it on? Weld. I just welded it on. It would have been spot welded from the factory, but I just plug welded it, which is, if you don't have a spot welder, that's the closest weld that's analogous to the original factory stuff. It's not exact, but it's good enough. And then we're going to bend this plate down to be flush with that, and then I probably will seam that as well. Cool. That's pretty damn level, dudes. It's pretty dang level. I am overheating, man. It is pretty hot out today. Weld, monkey, weld. All right, let me just air it out. We gotta just air everything out. Okay, all right, now I'll weld. Dance, monkey, dance. Apparently Elon called Trump last night, and now it looks like mom and dad might be getting back together. Told you. Well, I don't know if I told you guys that. Actually, I don't know if I ever said that on Space News. Oh wait, no, I did say it. I said it yesterday. They're gonna kiss and make up, and it's gonna be hilarious. They're gonna kiss and make up. I did say that yesterday on Space News, didn't I? Watch yesterday's Space News. It was a good Space News. We covered a lot of ground. We talked about a lot of cool things. Yeah, I did say that. Hell yeah. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mike, do you remember that part of the stream where I said this was going on? I said, hey, Elon, call him. Just call him. Just call him. You're both men of principle. Just call him. And Mike, he called him last night? What time? What time did this happen? This is important. No, wait a minute. Yeah, but 2 Christmases. Dude, I broke the 4th wall on stream and said call him and apologize because space flight. And apparently that happened? He's watching, bro. That's a little strange. Probably highly unlikely. But also, wait a minute. I definitely said to do that last night. Like, yo, call him. It's good. Call him. It's good. He'll pick up the phone. Yo, where's Doogie? Yo, Doogie! Pick up the phone. What's up? What's that? Trump and Elon, probably. Bro. And actually, dudes, one more thing, just to put the tinfoil hat back on. I will talk about this during Space News again, but, Newell, I'm watching you. What? Yeah, a lot of people are. One more thing. Do you guys notice how Rook, Jared Isaacman, on Twitter is talking about the stuff that he would do as NASA administrator? Do you guys notice that? It was like, oh, I would have done this. Well, but no, he said, he's not saying I would have done this. He's saying I would do this. This is what needs to be done. This is the plan. This is what we're going to do. That's very curious. Huh. What's up? Did you notice that? Rook's been talking about all the stuff he's going to do as administrator, saying it like he's still getting the position. So is all the frame rail work finished? Close, dude. We're actually, Flykin, we're about 80% of the way there. Burning that leaf spring perch in really, really put us ahead. And burning it in and getting it right and getting it straight really, really is a good thing. That's good for us. That was a big deal. So we're getting the band back together? I hope so. To be completely honest, I think the whole Trump-Elon fight was a ruse to begin with. No, I think they had a spat, Geek. I could see how people would think that, though. I could see that. I definitely can see that. I think they actually had a spat, dude. Look, people can say whatever they want about the president. That's fine. You know, some people like him, some people hate him. I get it. But a couple of things I noticed. He never, you know, to say that the guy is a little bit emotional at times would be a little bit of an understatement, right? You can just tell by the way he was talking about after that whole thing went down last week. The way he was talking about it, you could tell his feelings got hurt. He's like, I wish him the best, I guess. Like, bro, dude, they got into a spat. Either that or they're really good frigging actors. Like, I don't know. I don't know at this point. 2025 doesn't disappoint, I guess. Very big egos, man. I said it the day that it happened, dude. This is what happens when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object. My father was a drinker and a fiend. You know, like, yeah. So, Geek, I mean, once again, highly speculative on my highly speculative on my part. I think Trump will give Rook the nomination again. If he doesn't, I mean, that would suck. But I think, so, you know what I've noticed? The other thing is like, he's like, oh yeah, we'll pick one. It'll be announced later. We'll pick one. It'll be announced later. Dude, if he really wanted to 1-2 punch Elon, he would have already had a guy lined up. He would have already been like, yo, this is the guy, frick that guy, this is the guy, he's aligned with my vision, blah, 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 blah. You know that's what he would do. You know there's adults watching that won't have any idea about that advert or commercial, right? Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to do that? That's like almost as bad as Geeson dropping puns. Why do you have to do that way? You're right, he wasn't talking past tense, he's using present tense wording. Yeah, Rarest, go look at that. Because I was checking my DMs this morning, and people link me Isaacman stuff all the time. Like, people link me current events. Like, the Space News links and stuff get linked like 4 or 5 times a day throughout the day. That's fine. I don't care. It's cool. I reply to everybody on Discord, right? I noticed it when somebody linked me up the thread of him talking about what he was going to do again. And I'm like, that thread with Chris Combs. The UTSA hypersonics endowed professor. I was like, kind of hit me this morning. And I'll admit, I was on the toilet when I was thinking about this, but hey, whatever. It's taking a dump, man. Hey, it's the throne. It's the thinking throne. You sit there and you do the thinker with your phone in your other hand. Just, you know. No, I don't know why that information's pertinent. It makes it funny at my expense, but whatever. I was sitting there and I'm like, he's talking about all this like he's still going to be NASA administrator. What the hell's that about? Because I can? Yeah, whatever. I hope welding is going better for me today. Holy moly, it's going pretty good, dude. Check this out. Let's go to the Vivitar. Look, we got the leaf spring perch burned in. Look at that. We still have work to do here, but I got to do a couple more plug welds, and we got to bang the frame rail flange into position. But yeah, pretty good, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You painted it? Woozy, the leaf spring perch came painted. It came coated with EDP primer. I sanded down and painted steel it on the parts that we were welding. So like the cracks in between here, all the seams are all coated. It's not bare metal on bare metal, it's coated with the steel it primer. So nothing is going to rust in there. The other thing that we got to do is that there's a couple of pinholes down there in the frame. We'll chase a couple more, plug weld it. We know how to do that. I'm just going to plug weld it. We'll sand it over and call it a day. I'm not going to grind it. Whatever. No one's going to see up in there. The leaf spring's going to be in the way anyway. Will that other leaf spring perch be the last 20%? Well, Flykin, I don't know if you noticed, but look at the left side. We're missing part of the frame rail. I still got to seam in the rest of the rail here. The reason why I did the perch first is because now I have this flange right here. Can you see that on camera? I have this flange over here, the backing plate. See it? The backing plate gives me a good rule of thumb about where that rear cross member is going to go. So the rear cross member is going to go somewhere like right here, right? It's going to go somewhere right here, and that'll tell me exactly what I need to do. From there, it's just making the end of the frame rail piece, the frame rail ears, the tabs, and then I got to do the tabs on the other side, and then make sure everything is nice and straight, and then we burn the rear cross member in. Like, that was a huge deal, dude. That was a lot of work getting that thing right. You're gonna use an underseal? I have undercoating, Couchy. I'm gonna undercoat the hell out of everything here. Probably the inside of the frame rails too. The inside of the frame rails have rust converter and steel it on top of it. Yeah, it's caked in there. And then once we get that rear cross member tacked in, actually the next thing we should probably do is put the rear trunk strap in, the trunk cross member. We could probably do that now. I got to finish the plug welds though. But yeah, so we'll plug weld this, plug weld the last bit. There's 2 holes that I got to plug weld right there. Bend the frame rail flange back over to get it nice and level. And yeah, once we do, then that thing's burned in. It's not going anywhere. I mean, it's part of the car now. I plug welded it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and we'll do 2 more plug welds up front, and then that's part of the car. I mean, it's part of the car right now. It's not going anywhere. All right, so let me flip back over to matrix vision. Yep. And I don't know if how well you guys can see because this shot is horribly backlit. But right here, we got to do 2 of the plug welds. So I got to go here and here. I wish I could get you kind of an upward shot of this, but my T-square broke. Damn it. It fell off the car when I was... cheap. Ah, I broke the T-square, damn it. It fell off the car, dudes. It won't key in the ruler anymore. That's great. I'll just make a new piece or something, I don't know. Stupid freaking pot metal. Clamp it. What, with the stupid broken clamp? Yeah, okay. Let me get my C-clamp back, the one that's like horribly broken. Okay. Okay, that gives me enough space for the front plug weld. Let me move the wire brush into place, get my gloves back on, and we're clamped. Can't believe I broke my stupid T-square. I'm pissed off about that, but it's okay. The leaf spring perch being there and burned in is a gigantic W for me, so. Okay, let me get the welding helmet. No, the key that holds the ruler into the square is broken. It chipped off because it's made out of doo-doo metal. Hang on one second. Just needed to adjust the grounding strap. Okay. All right. On another episode of Welding Upside Down. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Well, I got to move the clamp out of the way to get at the other plug weld. Oh yeah, that penned. We're good. All right, last one. You know what? I didn't get all of the hole. There we go. Okay, second one. There we go. Very nice. Cool. The perch is in. Huge W. Oh. All right. Killer. Huge, huge W right there. All right. A perch, you've been fishing? A little bit. All right, now let's bend this stupid freaking flange back into place. It's been the bane of my freaking existence here. I'm gonna move the Vivitar off of this shelf, believe it or not. Because if I'm banging that thing, I don't want it to move. Put you guys back up on the shelf. We put you on your shelf. You're up there on the shelf with some household products. It's great. Skirt. Chat's on a shelf. That's right. That's one less part you need to replace, and it was a major one. Yeah, man. That's a big W right there. But now I gotta get the flange. We have to get that flange bent back into position. Dude, so clutch. Oh, that makes me so happy. All right, now to bend this, to bend that back into position, how are we going to do that? Because once we do, I got to zip it back in. Brass hammer, that funky hammer. Brass hammer, shammer, that funky hammer. Okay, let's get a dolly from here on out. Boop, 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 boop. Oop, the welding shield fell. It's okay. All right, let me get my dolly. Let's get the hammer. Get this thing nice and flat. Wow, that looks awful, actually. Yeah, that looks really bad. That's, yeah, that's not great. Welding anything to this is gonna really suck. Yeah, that should be all right. That actually, I bent it back into position. It's still a little wavy, but that'll work, dudes. Yeah. It'll do it. It's going to be a little strange, but it'll do it. As long as this side is kind of straight, that's all I really care about. Good. Just gotta zip it up. We gotta do a little bit of a seam in there, and then I'm gonna zap it to the perch on the back right there, and then we're good. Zip it in and zip it out. Yeah, all right, geek, zippity doo dah. Yeah, that works. That'll do it, dudes. It's good enough. It's definitely a lot more flush than it was. Look, see what I mean? Way more flush. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bent it all right into position. Look at that. I mean, we're still a little low right there, but we can plug weld to it, and as long as everything is coated up with steel, we are good to go. I'm getting some of the EDP off here. I should have probably cleaned that. Maybe I can get in there with the palm sander. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's fine. Excellent. Now, let me get the hammer and dolly again. I'm gonna stick this up. Good, fine, great, grand, wonderful. No yelling on the bus! EJ hung the leaf perch. Oh, what a glorious day! Oh, hang and leaf perch. The Eric Johnson way. Yeah! Rock on! Yes! It's hot in here. Didn't I see you on America's Got Talent? I don't know. Billy passed the 3rd grade. Oh, what a glorious day. Oh, passing 3rd grade. The Billy Madison way. Yeah. Rock on. Titan can hear me and he's barking like crazy. All right. Just put a little tack in there. A little something something over here. And then we move on to the trunk pan. Trunk pan cross member. I'm pointing at that camera like it's still there. Like this camera's on. We got to get in there, a little something in there, and we're good. I'm keeping the settings that we've been using, dudes. They have been working pretty good for us. All right, here we go. Ready? Do not tell me that I just blew through that. Yeah, of course we did. Okay. All right. It's like that, huh? I will not be deterred by blowing through this damn weld. I believe before this stream is out, we will not blow through this weld. All right. I just, Geek, I kind of did what you told me to do there. I just moved it around. I know that's not exactly what you said to do, but... Ready? Got it. All right, we're gonna seam this up. Ready? Gotta get the light on. Can you guys see that all right? All right, cool. I think I was going a little too fast. And it looks like Dookie now. There we go. Pool didn't really spread how I wanted there, but that was pretty close. That second pass through was pretty good. The first one sucked because I didn't like the angle. But we good now. She ain't going nowhere. Frickin' score, dude. Now that thing is, there should be a spot weld here. We could have just drilled a hole and plug welded it, but I like that way. Sand the weld, not the metal. Oh. Yeah, I guess that, when you say it like that. Cool. Cool, man. Yeah, Geek, thank you. Thank you for the tips. Sorry I have not called. You'll be welding for SpaceX in no time. Yeah, that one came out pretty good, dude. I see what you're saying. You really, like, you got to move that thing back to get the pool to spread out. You really got to move it back and forth. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. You've come a long way in a short amount of time. Dude, Rarest, if I get in my mind that I want to learn how to do something, I will learn it. Yeah, I will. There's no doubts. Don't drop the light, idiot. Now I just got to clean up that flange. Got to clean up the flange a little bit, but we need to take progress pictures. That's what we need to do. Huh, Twitch told me you can answer on mobile now. I have no idea what that means, Nils. Answer on mobile? forgot to take progress pictures yesterday, dudes. So we don't really have a picture of the repaired frame rail, but whatever. You can infer from the leaf spring perch being mounted on the thing that it's probably fixed. Pretty happy with that, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, like 2 days ago, maybe not, no, last Friday, part 20, hang on, I got a wedgie again. I'm fixing a wedgie, leave me alone, all right? Part, what are we on, part 25? Part 22, last Friday's stream, that's when it clicked. That's when it really clicked in my head, like how to do this. Like, yeah. Yeah, of course there's going to be space news. How you feel, the confidence with the welding? Honestly, Couchy, where I'm at right now is that I kind of want to just go over all the seams that I have, that I've done already. I want to just go over them to make sure that they're all filled up. Like just do a nice seam weld like on the sides. Like there's a couple of pinholes on the lower side of the driver's side frame rail that it's not rust, it's pinholes from where I didn't fill the weld correctly. I kind of want to just go over that and just seam it all up and seal it all up, you know? That way you'll be able to judge the temperature spot you're in and try not to blow through. That will come in time with practice. Just pay attention to how bright the weld is. If you see it getting to house, stop, let it cool. You don't have to keep the bead going all at once. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, man. I could just hit it with undercoating, Couchy, and it'll seal it all up completely. Probably what we'll do. What a freaking ride, man. Hey, Joe. Hey, was on an assignment covering Rule 8 yesterday. What kind of progress did you make? You're looking at it on the screen, dude. Earlier you mentioned that people would get sick of car content. Personally, I really wouldn't. Streams are background for me when I work on other stuff, but problem solving and troubleshooting is my whole life. I love getting someone else's perspective and ideas on different problems. It kind of makes my life easier. Well, that's good, Moonex. Yeah. What I meant by that is that if I stay working on these damn frame rails for another month, no one's going to care. You gotta switch it up, or else people will you'll lose attention. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, don't worry. Car content is not going anywhere on this stream. Whereas the Springer, you should look into that rust a little bit. Looks like it could start a rot point. Everything is going to be coated on the inside flykin with rust converter, and then I'm gonna undercoat the inside of that frame rail. It's pretty damn strong right now. I want it very strong. Yeah. No, I might be able to get at the back of my filler piece right there. Huh. Yeah, how much time do we have? I like the channel, but it kind of screws you up because you want to jump in and give me a hand. I know what you mean, dude. When I'm watching other like car YouTubers and streamers, dude, I'm like, no, do this. But then I don't want to be that guy, you know. What I'm saying is that don't be afraid to do that, dude. If I'm doing something dumb, you guys got to remember this is the suspension of the car. Really can't have this braking going down the road. So if I'm doing something dumb, let me know. Why is there a green tint? There's a green tint, Chevelle, because I duct taped well, not duct tape, I taped a welding mask UV filter to the front of this. That's so when I do weld, you can see it. You guys can see the weld. I even kept the adjuster so I can adjust it so you can see the pool. Yeah, I just taped it to the front. And it also, there's a splatter guard on the front of the shield. It also protects the lens, which is good. Holy cow, dude. Look at this. Wow. It's pretty crazy. All right. There is some cleanup work that needs to be done on this, I think. But, wait, what cleanup work do I need to do? Oh yeah, get at those bottom, the pinholes and stuff. You know what, dudes? I want another W. Let's get another W today. Let's take the easy win. I'm getting the trunk pan. The trunk pan cross member.
Oh, this is space.
Oh,
I'm in space.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Dude, what was that? Hokey. Was that 50 subs? Oh my goodness. What the hell, man? You're too nice to me, dude. I mean, it's a pretty big W right there, guys. Pretty big W. Thanks, man. I appreciate all the support, dude. In the words of Peg and Leggin, you're helping me keep this piss boat afloat. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. So, let's get the trunk pan cross member in. Let's do this. Another step. So that piece has to go right there. What we got to do is I got to drill a hole here, here and here in the piece, and we got to clean up the back side of it, make sure it's coated and steel it. And then I have scribed marks. I scraped marks in the metal where this thing needs to be, so we know it's going to be in its original position. It needs to just be perfectly square, that's all. Let me get my square here. Where did it go? This is the damn story of my life. Here we go. This will work. Now we just got to make sure it's on the center line. I'm not sure how we're going to do that. I think it needs to go this way, just a smidge. There. We could just tack it in place, to be honest with you. Just tack on the edge. But, is there bits hanging over? Yeah, the ones, so, interesting thing, Couchy, the stock ones didn't do that, if that makes any sense. The stock ones didn't overlap like that, so I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe I should section off a little bit. Here, let me go find the stock straps, or the stock parts of the cross member. Yeah, they didn't do that. They didn't overlap like that. Ah, here we go. I got it. So here's the stock piece, and if you line that up, it would be flush with the inside of the frame rail. So I'm not sure if it wants us to zip that off. I probably will. It's not going to hurt anything doing it. I don't want to weld that into place and then have to try and zip that off when we go to fit the trunk pan. So yeah, aftermarket parts aren't a surefire fit. You have to massage them around a little bit, always. Yeah, that's just how it goes, man. So we gotta clamp the thing and then figure out where the hell it lives. How much time do we have? It's 4. All right, we got a half hour. We can do this in a half hour. I don't want to rush putting that in, dude, to be honest with you. Take the W, leave the next W for tomorrow. Yeah, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. We got to measure it up. We got to make sure it's straight. Yeah, we will save that W for tomorrow. I'm just unfolding the tripod, dudes. So now you see what I see. Okay, so we're well into the process of adding metal back to this, man. Cool. Very cool. So what I probably should do is try to see if we can get at the back of this panel here a little bit. And then, because if we look, you look down in there, the seam, you can see it right there. I might want to get at that with the welder, just to make sure that that panel never goes anywhere. Seam the back side of it. Drinker side perch good to go? Yeah, pretty much, dude. Think about doing an axle flip to lower your F100 methane? Do it, man. That's a lot of work, but yeah, you can do it. Can't see me barf to lowered trucks. Dude, I don't mind like light duty trucks, like mini trucks and stuff. I got a wedgie again, I don't care. Like light duty stuff. So like Ford Rangers, S10s, old Hiluxes, like Nissan hard bodies. Like if you want to do the lowered mini truck thing, even up to like F100s or like, you know, C10s, stuff like that, that's cool. Like doing that with like C20s and heavy duty trucks just doesn't appeal to me in any way, shape, or form, dude. He said duty. I was thinking it'd be a good idea to attach the suspension hardware, lift it into place, and brace it in the proper position with shims and braces to get a good read on where things should live. I meant more was the passenger side. Oh, I have to weld some tabs on, but, if you look, so Fluffy, this flange is rusted off on the other side, but, yeah, here, you know, why am I pointing it out? I'll just show you. So that flange is gone. It's supposed to look like that over there. I do have to replace it, but my whole idea, here, let me back this out and let me, flip the welding mask off here for a second. Please hold. Now look, so see, this is gone right here. This is no good. This is good. Now we have space. Now we have something to butt this up against. My whole idea was to get that leaf spring perch in so I could do this. Now we have something to put it up against on both sides. See what I mean? That's what I want, right there. Now, obviously, we have to fill in the hole. We gotta fill the part where the frame rail's missing. But once I get this flange good, we get that piece good. We got to do tabs for the rails right here. But here, let me. No, none of that's going to work. So see, now I have something to butt this up against. So I gotta make a plate right here, gotta make a couple plates right there, and then we gotta make sure this thing is level, and then we make sure this thing is on center. And then I gotta put a captive nut in the rail right there, and then we're good, man. And then everything just goes right back into position. Oh, man. And then we cut out our bracing, and then I clean the frame rails up, and we seam it all back in. So we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to put a tab right here, and then we're gonna have to plug weld to the top of this thing. And then the trunk pan will go like this, over all of this. It'll make a flange over it kind of overlaps, and then the rear fascia overlaps over the trunk pan like that. It's really kind of trick what they were doing here. Pretty smart. The magnets ain't gonna hold it. So, you get the idea. Oh, I have clamps, they're just not in reach. That's all. But yeah. We got to do that frame rail extension right here. I got to weld the tabs on. We got to weld the frame rail ears on. Then we got to drill some holes in the rear cross member so we can plug weld it here and here, here and here, here, on top there, there, and there. We got to drill a hole through here, right? And then we got to make tabs. We got to drill 2 holes there, 2 holes there, 2 holes there, and then we're good. Those little magnets aren't strong. Kid, take the magnet. No, give me your other magnet. My other magnet isn't strong enough. No, give me your other hand. My other hand isn't strong enough. Take my hand. My germs. No? People probably don't get that reference, geek, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I got another wedgie again, man. Dang. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. You've got some serious swamp ass right now. You seen where he mixes the mashed potatoes? Why? Why does that make you sick? It looks very appetizing, Flykin. You should eat it. Eat it, bro. Come on. Here, let me get the other clamp. Hell no. Oh, you're no fun. I was gonna say, where the hell did I put the other clamp? Flykin, did you hide the clamp on me? And then that goes there. Oh my God, dude, look at that. Would you just look at it? Would you just look? Oh, would you look at this? Oh, would you just look at it? All right, hold on. Bonus round. Bonus package. The 401k. Bonus package. Here. Sorry, Hans, wrong guess. Want to go to Double Jeopardy where the stakes really change? Dude. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty good, man. Oh, yeah. It's a little bit off on the left side, but that's okay. We knew that frame rail was slightly high, and we can always just give it a little, give it a little something of that. There we go. Dude, look at that, man. You don't know how much of a W this is gonna be when that frickin' piece is coming, when that piece goes back in. And that moment is rapidly approaching. Just gotta figure out some tabs and flanges over here. Get the rest of the extension ground back in over there. Oh, baby. It's pretty good, man. Good wins today. Oh my goodness. That is a whole new type of motivation for your boy here. Wow. Look at that, man. It's got the back. That piece hasn't been solid on the back of this car for like 30 years. It rusted out a long time ago. Wow. So yeah, we need some tabs right here. We need to reinstate the tab over here. And then, you know, just because just because we're trying to make ourselves feel good here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey Bradley, what's going on? Dude, that all looks pretty damn straight. If you know, I don't know how if you guys can tell on the camera. It looks pretty dang straight to me. That all looks pretty true, even with the crappy flanges on the right side. That looks, we know it's level. We know she's nice and level. Dude, we buzzed that in. Damn, does that feel good, man. Wow. Damn, does that feel good. Damn, it feels good to be a gangsta. Like, here, let me just make sure you guys are lined up on the center. I just want to make sure y'all are on center. Okay. Dude. That's pretty good, man. That looks pretty straight to me. Bradley, you're getting ready for work, printing and mounting adapter for your phone holder since the surface in car is curved. There you go. Like, it looks pretty straight, dude. It might be a little bit high on the left side. Just a little bit, but... Oh, man. That, All right, I gotta turn the welder and the gas off, but man. Dudes. I don't know how long some of you guys have been watching this, but when we started, there was not a lot of car back here. There was not a lot of car. It's looking good, my friend. So that's all the structural bits for the most part, dudes. That's all the structural parts. Oh yeah. Okay. I see what's going on here. This is not exact. It's not perfect. It's close, but it's not perfect. Cool. All right. And that's kind of kinking the whole thing a little bit. It's just a little bit to the right. But if we lift this flange up and we lift this flange up into position where it should be, we go dead level. Actually, it might even be a little bit high on that side. Yeah, cool. Cool. So we just got to get that little section done. Replace the tabs over here. Got to drill some holes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have to drill 2 holes here and here, 5, 6 in their rear cross member. We got to get the cross member prepped. I'm thinking that'll probably be in by the end of the week. 2 more streams. 2 more streams will probably do us right. That's awesome. And then we put that trunk pan back in. It's pretty amazing how it feels, how it feels to know you can just work like this now. 6 to 12 months ago, if someone hit you up with a rust bucket, you probably would have said that thing's toast. Yeah, Iger, it's I said I wanted to do this to learn, and I meant it, and we have learned. I've learned a lot, especially about unibodies and how they work and how stuff needs to be. Definitely learned. It is toasty as hell in here. That's why I did this. I have a farmer's tan. I get it. But yeah, no, we've definitely learned. Oh, we've learned. Damn, that makes me so happy, dude. It's like when you see a rocket launch, when your rocket launches in Kerbal and it works perfectly on the first try. Oh, man. The spring perch mount position. So, can't see me. You weren't here for this part, but there's notches. So the frame rail flanges. So the frame rail is like this, and then up here there's flanges. There's notches on the flanges, right? That, like where the frame rail flange gets wider, and that area is a provision to spot weld the damn thing. That and the witness marks that we had on the bottom lined everything up perfectly. Dude, that thing, it is straight. It is very straight. That is not... Like, once again, I put it in the exact same spot. It might be off just by a little teensy-weensy bit because I don't know how close the reproduction part is to the actual factory stuff. It looks good. The shackle perch is definitely plumb straight, and if I'm looking down at the original plumb marks that we've made, it is right, like, directly over it. Like, it's not even, like, it's not like, oh, it might be a little bit off. It's right over the X when we made the plumb mark. It is, like, I can show you if you want. Can you show? Yeah. Look. So, I'm just going to fold up the tripod and I'll take the welding mask off for a second. I also measured before we burned it in. I measured to the other perch to make sure that we were 44 inches apart on center. But if you look right down in there, I mean, keep in mind we're going to be at a little bit of an angle. See the X? That's the X. And if we go directly over the rail, it is plumb straight. So like once again, we're at an angle. See the X right there? In between, right here. See the X? You put that right over, it's dead center. Dude, that I don't think I could get that straighter than that. Is that good enough? Like, do you think I think we're in the ballpark. We're definitely within 1/4 inch tolerance. I'd say we're maybe a 32nd out, like maybe. What do you think? But you see how the X went right over, proverbially where the leaf spring is? Dude, like I double checked it and triple checked it and double checked it again. And remember, the factory manual calls for 44 inches between the leaf spring perches. 44 on the dot. Dude, it was dead on. Now, ours is 43 7/8, but our frame rails were straight. We figured that out. So it was dead on balls. Like it's perfect. Like I don't think I could get that any straighter. I didn't see the bit. I didn't see that bit. The tape on the floor is clever. So yeah, I picked it up, believe it or not, from the factory manual. There's a body and paint section in the factory manual, and what it calls to do is use a plumb bob and make marks on the floor and measure your diagonals between the front leaf spring perch and the rear leaf spring perches. I made my marks on the floor, and we are the diagonal from rear right to front left is 43. No. We're 43 7/8 across, which is, yeah, right. That's perfect. That's within 1/4 inch. It was 40. It was basically that when we measured. And then we are 91 9/16 back right to front left, and we are 91 5/16 back left to front right. Now, I know what you're going to say. 4/16. It's a little out, isn't it, EJ? 1/4 inch tolerances, dude. No, it's fine. It is nominal, by definition. So, the marks on the floor are my datum marks, and I use that in the tabs on the leaf spring perch to make sure that it was straight. I don't think I could get that any straighter. The only way I could probably get that straighter is if I had a laser level. I always wondered how plumb bogs are made. Everything is nominal. That's why that came in so damn straight. Like, look at the trunk perch. Look at this right here, and then compare that in contrast to over here. They are perfectly aligned. Like from there to there, dead straight. Like, the only thing I think was going on is one frame rail might be a little bit lower than the other. But I think once we get the rear cross member tacked in, right, and we get it mounted where it needs to be mounted, and we get it all slotted up correctly, I think everything will come perfectly into alignment. Heck, I think it'll take that 4/16 tolerance out. Probably some give in the springs anyway. I'm probably barking up the wrong point. Well, okay. The other thing to take into account is that the reel, and chat actually taught me this, dude. I didn't know this. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but I didn't know it exactly. What really, really matters here is the front mounts. And the front mounts are fine. We didn't take the suspension out. I know my front leaf spring mounts are okay. Like, see how the leaf spring goes up here and it mounts in there somewhere. We'll go look at the front mounts when we need to fix that part of the car. My front mounts are square and my rear mounts are square. The front mounts being square is very important. That's where most of the suspension, that's where suspension geometry really comes into play. The reason why is because you have a leaf spring mount on the front, and then you have a shackle like this. You have a leaf spring shackle on the back. So inside inside of the perches here, right? The thing is right here. The leaf spring moves back and forth like this as the suspension compresses and decompresses. It moves back and forth like that because when the leaf spring compresses, it pushes out. So that thing moves back and forth, right? These, don't get me wrong, it should be straight and you should get it right, but these are not nearly as important as the front. The front has to be perfect because that's where it picks up on. Everything tracks off of the front. The back, because the shackle is there and the shackle moves back and forth like this, it really is not going to matter if when the car is at full, like when the car is back up and mounted to all this stuff, it's not going to matter too much if one leaf spring shackle is perfectly straight and the other one's maybe like a degree off. Remember, 1/4 inch tolerances here. That's not going to make that big of a difference. The leaf spring should basically snuff out any difference because the shackle travel will just be slightly different from one to the other. As long as the spring rate left to right is fine, it should be okay. But I'm a little anal retentive when it comes to this stuff. I really don't want that to be like tacked out just because I'm weird. So I made sure that that thing was perfect. I made sure it was perfectly lined up with our plumb marks when I went and when we first tacked it in. And then I fit it. I mean, how many times did you see me fit this damn thing? I fitted it probably 100 times. Yeah, SVO, you're the one that told me that. That's right. And dude, like, not that I didn't think you were right. I went and asked Bree's dad, who worked on an automotive assembly line making axles in Detroit, knows a lot about leaf springs. I asked him and he said the exact same thing, dude. He literally like said what you said verbatim. So, cheers, man. Yeah. Brimo's dad worked on axles for GM trucks. Gotcha. Thanks for going over that. That does make my previous a stupid question. No, not at all, dude. You've been teaching, dude. You could ask me how to wipe your butt correctly. If you needed that information, I would tell you. You've been such a big help to me. You've been such a big help. Like seriously, if you want to know how to use the 3 seashells, let me know. I bet he said you ask a lot of questions. Pun tax. Better be tipping $1 to the stream, Chuck. Pun tax. Come on. Frick, this was a lot of work, dude. But seeing it come together is really, really making me happy. Yes, it's all coming together. Seeing this all kind of come together like this, yeah, I'm pretty freaking happy about this, bros. Man, does that look good. Oh. We just got to make this frame rail piece right here. We got to make that. We got to make some tabs, and then, oh man, that left front frame, the patch of the frame rail is good. Like, I'll do it on payday. I don't care. Don't worry about it. I just remembered. Can we get a close look at the entirety of the leaf springs? What do you mean? Oh, can you guys help me find leaf spring shackles? I have no idea where to get these. All the part sites that I usually peruse to find these dang things, and let's be real, I'm not putting that back on the car. Even though I did save one. I need new bushings and shackles. Standens IMT, okay. Rock Auto has them? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check Rock Auto. I was looking at Classic Industries. I didn't see them on there. And AMD doesn't have them either. Did you finish the welding? Rarest, the cross member is just held in with clamps. I'm still missing a section of frame rail that I need to repair right here. But big W today, we got the rear leaf spring perch. That's burned in, and it's dead straight. That, like, I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but the suspension piece being dead straight makes me super happy. So, Rarest, we have to refill this section right here of frame rail, right? I gotta remake this section here, but with the rear cross member able to be clamped in position, right? We can get that, that's gonna be really easy to get that right. And then over here, if you notice, right there, there's a tab from the leaf spring perch that goes over here. I need to make tabs for the end of the frame rail right here and here. We got to make a tab for it, and we got to weld those in, and then we got to weld them to the top of this, and then I got to make a tab here, and then I got to fix the flange on the outside of this leaf spring perch over here. And then we got to burn the trunk cross member in. That's not in. We got to make sure that's nice and centered. And then when we burn the actual rear cross member in, we have to make sure that that is, we got to make sure that that's dead center as well. Dude, this is pretty rad, man. I want to see the overall conditions of those leaf springs, seeing as I used to work at a place that just sold them. Sure. Is the black paint the aftermarket part or weldable? That's, so, see, Kraken, that's electroductive primer. EDP is what it's called. I forget what the acronym is. It's electrically coated primer. They do that so the parts get nice and, the parts don't get rusty during shipping. They electric plate them with primer, like kind of powder coating, but with primer. You can paint that. You cannot weld to that stuff. The gray stuff over here, that's steel it. That's the stuff you can weld to. That's the stuff that has the stainless steel flake in it. So anything that's gray you can weld to. Anything that's black right now you can't weld to. Zinc powder coating. Yeah. Summit does have them? Okay, good, good, good. It's probably a generic part across multiple makes. Yeah. Most likely. If any of chat is in Vinton County, Ohio, Austin Powder Company, explosives company, has had a nitric acid leak. Evac orders going out. Don't mess with that. Yeah, run. If you're in Vinton County, get out now. If that thing goes, it's going to go big. Real big. Summit, Vans, etc. Yep. Summit does have them. Sorry, dude. UK here, we don't get cool car parts. Yeah, that's okay, Couchy. Luckily, Vinton County is the least populated county in the state. Yeah. Yep. Dude. Oh, look at that, man. Killer. It's going to be a great day when I can cut my original brace in here, when we can cut that out. It's going to be a real good day. What I'll probably do, guys, the last thing we do before we put the pan in is this. We'll put this in last. The reason why is I want to get up in there and I want to clean up the frame rails with the wire wheel and repaint them so they look as good as they are, you know? The leak looks like hypergols. Yeah, nitrogen tetroxide, close to nitric acid. I'm pretty sure that's chemically close to nitric acid. So yeah, it's going to be like orange and stuff. So where we go from here, fellas, once the plates are all good, we take the bumper bracket mount plate. That goes on there like that. It'll slide up and in there. And then once the bumper bracket plate is mounted, then we get our rear cross member extension pieces. The rear cross member extensions go right here. I actually think they go like this. Yeah. And that will pick up, it'll pick up on the trunk extension right there. Yeah. And the trunk extension will be right here. Cross member extension bolts to goes to the trunk extension like that, and it fits together like a gigantic puzzle. Seriously, these parts just fit together like puzzle pieces. I think that's super cool. And then from there, we remount the bumper brackets. I mean, we'll do that after the quarter panels. And then, once the bumper brackets are mounted, we gotta, well, before we do that, that's when we're gonna need to buy the quarters. We gotta burn the trunk pan in. We're gonna need to do a lot of work on the rear fascia. Yeah, we're gonna need to do a lot of work getting that all repainted or fixed. There is some patching that needs to be done to it. And I have to get what's left of the old rear fascia off of there. Or the old rear cross member, excuse me. Are the extensions on all bodies or only ones not for an A body? The trunk extensions? No, the trunk extensions are for A and B bodies. I believe they're the same. Dude, an A body is just a B body that's shrunk down a little bit. It's actually just a little bit smaller. That's it. They just said, oh, we want to make a small car? Good. Take the B body and make it smaller. That's what they did. Like, think like a subscale model like that you'd find like, you know, like in aerospace, they make a smaller version first, right, to prove out the big version. Chrysler did that with this. But they were like, oh, there's a huge market for a compact car. Oh, crap, we don't want to go engineering a damn compact car. We don't have the budget to do that. Okay, take this and make it smaller. Take the scale tool, scale it down by 80%. Dude, it's crazy because a lot of the parts are interchangeable. Like, I'm pretty sure parts of the pan, the rear pan, between the A and the B body are the same. Yeah. Like, they're the same. Because Chrysler didn't have the cash to engineer two different cars. A body is the smallest, B body is mid-size, C body is full-size, D body is truck, E body is coupe. Yep. It's like a 747 SP. Yeah, basically. Jim, that's what they did. Dude, that's how they used to do this back in the day. Like, okay, we need a smaller car? Cool, just make this one smaller. Like, you know how I have those space news where I'm like, you know, oh, hop over and get it. Just hop over and get it. You know, like I talked about that thing from the Sandlot. Dude, that's how people used to do things. That's how people used to do things. You know, nowadays you want to make a compact car. Well, we got to design it from the ground up. We got to design this. We got to no. Yeah. Just take a car that you have and make it smaller. That's all. That's it. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. Just make it smaller. It'll be fine. Elon did it with the Model S. When you want to make the Model 3, just make it smaller. It's kind of the same thing. Make it smaller, make it out of steel. Done. Boop. Dinner's done. All right, cool. I got to go. Is that where market size segmentation came from? not from Chrysler, Sig, but yeah, that was the idea. I mean, it wasn't just Chrysler that was doing this in the 60s. Ford had a small car. Ford's small car was the Falcon. Falcons are still good cars. Dude, a Ford Falcon, like a 62 Falcon with a Thriftmaster inline 6 can get like 40 miles to the gallon. It's a great car from emission standards, even by modern standards. So Ford had the Falcon for their small car. Dodge had the A-body for their small car. And Chevy had the Corvair for their small car. Oh yeah. Corvair, rear engine flat 6 turbo. Real cool, right? The mid-size car for Chrysler was on the B platform, right? Mid-size car for Ford was the Galaxy. Ford Galaxy was the mid-sized. And then the Ford Fairlane was the full-sized. With Chevy, your mid-size car was an Impala. Oh yeah. I forget what chassis that's on. Chevy guys, help me out. What's the Impala? The Impala's a platform, I think. I don't know. I forget. And then the big stuff, Chevy had like full-size cars. Like the Impala eventually became a full-size car. The full-size car in the 60s for Chevy, actually I think that was the Impala. I think the Malibu was their mid-size car. But then again, Chevy did everything weird. Chevy did everything weird. Well, not weird. That's not the right way to say it. Chevy did it across brands. So, like, Chevy was the inexpensive stuff. Like, Buick was a little bit higher. Oldsmobile was a little bit higher. Pontiac was the sport cars. And Cadillac was the top level. For a comparison, a Fairlane is the same size as a modern F-250. Fairlanes are big cars. They're like this. I mean, this is a mid-sized car. This car is gigantic by modern standards, man. It's huge. It's as long as a Formula One car. Seriously, we looked it up. This is about as long and as wide as an F1 car. GMB platform, 57 and 96. W platform, GMX 210, 99 to 05. It was their B. They had A platform and B platform. GM used letter designations too. Hey, Graham, good morning. Graham, check this out. Ready? Look. Whoop. How's that, huh? Everyone's bringing out their vintage American cars here in the Nordics. So many sports cars. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Look at that. That makes me so happy, dude. Oh, man, that's so much work. It was so much work getting that right. But we did. The rear cross member is clamped on. The leaf spring perch is burned in. Just got to do a little bit more formatting here. Dude, that's freaking cool. That makes me so happy. That's such huge. Like, remember how I was talking about how like it didn't seem like we were making forward progress? Now it seems like we're making forward progress. There's metal on the car and not rust, at least in the areas that we've been messing with. But to fix all this other crap around the outsides, you got to start with a good chassis. You got to start with a solid foundation. This is the foundation for the back of the car. You know what, dudes? Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Hang on a minute, Chief. Read my mind. Flip the clamps on the truck pan. Damn it, dude, how'd you know? How did you know? How'd you know? Stop copying me. There we go. Bro, dude. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. It's actually pretty straight, man. She's pretty straight on. Holy, good dots in, bad dots out, good dots in, bad dots out. Damn, that's cool. Damn, that's cool. Oh, man. Okay, now weld it in real quick. Hell no. No. No, we're not ready yet. It's close, but we're not ready. Dude. Holy shit. Sorry, excuse my language. Oh, that's gonna be so cool. Let me check. Let me see how it fits under here. Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Right frame rail fits excellent. We're pretty much lined up with the flange all the way through. And on the leaf spring perch, let me check over here. Yeah, just as I thought. This one isn't exactly perfect, but it's pretty close, man. It doesn't fit exactly. It's just because a couple of high points in the frame rail. We gonna have to hammer a couple of things, and we have the welds and stuff. So it's not exact, but this side fits perfect. Like, it's perfect. It is. The frame rail flange is butted up against this thing pretty much through all the way to the front. So yeah, we just got to clean up some welds there, and then look at that, man. Freaking look at that. It looks so thin and flimsy. The crumple zone is yourself. Yeah, we got to grind off the spot welding nubs. That's why it's not fitting exactly right, but it's close. What do you mean crumple zone? Sig, people are like 20 feet that way. Crumple zone, the trunk, it's not like someone's sitting right here, dude. People are sitting way over there. Don't worry about crumple zone. When there's more car between you and the other guy, it's fine. You don't need to worry about crumple zones. Hot Rod, you got a 67 Dark GT that I'm working on putting quarters in the right rear frame rail. Dude, I just got done patching up the frame rail. The left rear was struggling, man. Like, dude, I probably should have replaced it, but we plated the hell out of that thing, and it's not going anywhere. Here, hot rod, check this out, man. This is what I was working with on the left rear frame rail. So the leaf spring perch would have been like right here. There ain't much left. But that's awesome, man. 67 Dart. I was just telling these guys that an A body and a B body is not that far off. It's just smaller. Careful not to breathe on that or it'll turn into dust. Chuck, I got to be very careful with this piece because you're right. Like, dude, this has the consistency of about tinfoil. I could probably bend it if I tried. This sharp, if you hold it like this, you're fine. This stuff is pretty sharp. I wouldn't go around. Need gloves, you're gonna get tetanus. I had a tetanus shot before I worked on this, dudes. I had a feeling. I didn't think it would be that bad, but dude, look at that, man. That's making me so damn happy, dude. I'm just sitting here looking at it. Would you just look at it? Oh, that's badass, man. Damn, does that make me happy. Oh. Super cool. And then, fellas, the extension pieces go, which side is which? I think the extension piece goes right here. Like that. That one kind of fit in because the Titanic part of the quarter is actually holding it in place. Your leaf mounts were close to breaking off. Yeah, Hot Rod, I hear you, man. I hear you for sure. You want to see what mine looked like on the left side? The right side one I actually managed to save. The left side one, not so much. Here, take a look. There was nothing there. Dude, when I took this car apart, there's no rear cross member. The rear cross member came off when I drilled the rear fascia off. There was nothing holding it to the frame. Dude, there was nothing here. There should be a plate of metal here and there should be a flange right here to connect to the rear cross member. Nope, not there. Now, if you look, I did zip some of this off, but see the shiny parts as opposed to the not shiny parts? That's how much of that was connected. So this leaf spring perch was connected by here and just a little bit up there. Most of that connection was rusted. I just heard somebody scream melon farmer outside at the top of their lungs. It sounded like my neighbor. He's probably losing at pickleball. So yeah. I heard motherfricker with A and H at the end, dude. Motherfricker, what the heck is this crap? So I'm leaving that like that because that's really cool. We're gonna leave that like that, and also the door's still open, indicating car is nice and straight, bros. Nice and straight. Look, ready? Oh! This car is gonna be awesome when it's done. This car is gonna be amazing. You know what? I'm putting in the other trunk extension because I can, because I want to. You know, let's just get that added. Let's just get, we're full of W's today. Yeah, pieces of the original trunk extension are really preventing me from doing this. But that's fine. It's probably going to fall out. I'm just test fitting. Yeah. Oh, and if we're worried about drilling a lot of holes, I forgot to tell you guys about this. Oh, we don't have to worry about that no more. I got a pneumatic punch. Now, we can't use that on all of them, but Maddie, once this car is done, we need an NSF stream picking up everybody for a Starbase road trip for a launch. Yeah, I would love to road trip this car down the Cape when it's done. I would love to do that, and I would love to road trip it back. Maybe we stop at Florida, stop at Boca Chica. Bro. Holy shnikes. This is fantastic. Look at that, man. This is the first time I really had all this stuff kind of mocked up in the car. Like, wow. That's awesome. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it. Cheaters always win and the tool is cheating. Yeah, he who dies with the most tools. Bet you're feeling that fizzy of excitement. Yeah. Yeah, Couchy, you know, the fizz. The fizz, you know what I'm talking, you know, the fizz. You got the little fizz of excitement when you step on the gas on a car, the fizz. Yeah, you know. God damn, that makes me so happy. I am reinvigorated by seeing the amount of progress being made here. We are reinvigorated. So friggin' cool, dude. Guys, I love this. You know, I was pissed off at this the other day, but you know, no project is not without its annoying parts. Don't forget to go get food. Yep. Is that the spare tire? Where? Spare tire? No. From towing the helmet, now this. Dudes, I was just about to say, I love this stuff, dudes. If you guys like it, I mean, clearly you do. Like, this is cool, man. This is really cool rebuilding a car like this. It is as cool as people say it is. It's a lot of work, don't get me wrong. This is freaking cool. And don't think I'm eating my words either. I guarantee you there's more surprises as we move our way forward and fix all the rust on this car. I know there's going to be more surprises. I think we found most of them. We know there's going to be some difficult parts like over there, right? But, man, this is pretty sick. And the good part about this is that, you know, once the back is all done, we can hook up the rear suspension. You can drive it around. It's going to be a little floppy in the center because the back's going to be stiff and the front is stiff. But he's talking about under your shirt. Oh, the spare tire. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I got to go eat. Do you need to use rivets? I have reusable rivets. SIG, believe it or not. I have Clecos. It's a reusable rivet. You can take it and use it to, pin stuff and remove it. And I have self-tappers too. We have tech screws to do that as well. Yeah, between the Clecos and the tech screws, we should have enough here to make this work. Neapolitan ice cream, baby. We got chocolate and vanilla and strawberry in the center. Thought my self-tappers were reusable rivets. They are. Sorry, I'm just... Oh, I got to take a picture of this. I saw some rivets on the body. Yeah, there's rivets on the other side where, you know... There's rivets on the other side where that patch panel is, dude. Zip ties are the real reusable rivet. Yeah. Planning on a 4-post lift? Something like that. Blast. With how much you've done on this thing, I'm shocked it didn't just fold before. I know, man. It's crazy. It's 5 o'clock, dudes. I gotta go. All right, I hope you enjoyed this part. I'm just gonna go grab a quick bite to eat, wash up, and then we will be back here for space news. So glad you're happy again. Mark, we had our ups and downs, dude, but that was more me than pitfalls with the car. Frick is that thing. That's so cool. Dude, I'm going to be staring at this for a long time. Like, even after the stream tonight, I'm just going to be like, yeah. I mean, it's just mocked up. Can you imagine when it's actually burned in, how cool that's actually going to be? Oh, man. All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed part 25 of this. We're hitting at it again tomorrow. So I'll see you guys all tomorrow. So what we're gonna do tomorrow, get the tabs and the flanges fixed, do the frame rail extension. Yeah. And then I want to clean up some of my welds on the left side frame rail. And then we got to clean the right side frame rail. And then Friday, let's burn that rear cross member in. Oh, that's so cool, man. So freaking cool. Anyway, I'll see you guys in about 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to go grab a quick bite, wash up, and then we'll be ready for Space News. Space News at 1/2 past. I'll see you in a second. Thank you very much for watching.